Hello, hello, good morning. Oh, wow. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hi, Tam. That is such an interesting email. Thank you for making it so big for us. Okay, Lukey, I'm a little, I'm a little nervous. Not like actually nervous, just like, I don't know. I don't know. But I'm not in my Valentine's outfit anymore, and I got so used to my Valentine's outfit that I feel like my default outfit looks like I don't know, it looks off. It looks off. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's still cute. Good morning, Econs. Good morning, Tim. Good morning, Waffle. Thank you for the 35 stream streak. Thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness. That's so many. Also, congratulations to Tommy for getting first. Your default is ready. Thank you. Thank you. I do like it. I feel like there's not as much going on. I don't know. I miss my little floppy bow situation. Meow, 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 meow. I don't know. I'm already trying to think of like like spring and summer outfits. I don't know. I don't know, but we gotta have the default outfit have some room to breathe. We gotta appreciate it a little bit. How are you guys? Did you guys have a good weekend? Happy Monday. Happy Moon Day. I don't remember who it was, but somebody was it you, Tam? It was either Tam or Awa. Somebody told me that Monday is called Monday because it's like moon moon day. I don't know. I don't know the lore behind it, but I think that's awesome. I think we should all look at the moon today. You rather me wearing first? Yeah! I'm so proud of you! You did so good. You did so good. I'm always surprised when people are here before I send like the Discord announcement. 'Cause I don't know. I feel like I'm not the most punctual person in the world. So it's kind of surprising. Good job, good job. We talked about the days of the week. Yeah. I think I think that's cool. Like it makes sense. I don't know. The ones that were named after gods make sense because it's like, I don't know, respectful or something, but Monday, Moon Day, I don't really know what that's all about. Maybe maybe on the first ever Monday that was ever conceived, it was like a full moon or something and they're like, "Oh yeah. This is a good idea." Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Freak Day, Saturn Day, Sunday. Oh, I like I like Sunday. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. I hope you guys all had an awesome Sunday. I'm trying to think of what I did yesterday. I already forgot. Oh, I went on a walk. I went on a walk for like an hour. It was so pretty yesterday. Don't get me wrong. I am still pretty firm that winter is my favorite. Yo, your bathroom. Make sure you wash your hero hands. Thank you. Thank you for the bit. Oh my goodness. Hi. Happy Monday. Happy Moon Day. You lost your watch streak. Ugh, that's so sad. I do think maybe I cooked some people by streaming at like literally 4 a.m. on Saturday. Oh my goodness. So maybe that's a little bit cooked, but you got to do what you got to do when you have friends all across the world. I went on a walk too. Thought it was gonna rain in the whole way, but it stopped a few minutes in. Ooh, wait, is that good news or bad news? Like, were you trying to go on a walk in the rain and then your plans were ruined? Or was it like a pleasant serendipitous moment where it's like, oh, the rain stopped? 4 answer, let's go. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know if I'm like a little freak, but I kind of like when I'm collabing with people from like New Zealand or like the Philippines or Japan, and it's like I don't know. I wouldn't want to stream at like 4 a.m. or 6 a.m. every single day. Like obviously that would get old, but it always feels like a little I'm not supposed to be awake right now. I don't know. I feel like a little goblin when I do those, and I don't know. I like the vibes. I like the vibes. How could I? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I like when Twitch notifies you. Like, if you have a streak with someone and it'll send you a little notification that's like, "Yo, you're about to lose your streak. Make sure you fix that." I always appreciate those. Those always come in clutch, but I feel like they don't do it every time. I don't know. I don't know what Mommy Twitch is up to. Her mind is an enigma. Collab, you say? Lip bite? Oh my goodness. Collab, you say? Sheesh. Yeah, tucks hair behind here. If only there was a Kiwi that I was friends with in my chat that wanted to collab with little old me. Not all the time. Yeah, I don't know what determines whether it does that or not. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, yesterday was good. I went on a nice long walk because it was like 70 degrees. I don't know. I really love winter, but I'm so excited to do more outdoorsy activities without being too chilly. But like there's some flowers sprouting out and it was nice. I saw like four dogs. Oh, lovely, lovely. What a treat. What else did I do? It wasn't Sunday, but it was Saturday after stream. I did finally finish unpacking. I guess it's like slightly a lie. I still do have a box next to me that has some accessories like gloves and scarves and beanies. But it's less of that like it's not unpacked and more of I still need to get some sort of storage stuff for it. I don't know. Do you guys have scarves? What do you do with them? I don't want to put them like on a shelf in a closet because then they'll be all stacked on top of each other. I'll never see them again. Like gloves and stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I need a bin or something. So that one's still a work in progress. But everything else is unpacked. And it's so cute in my office. I put all my posters up. I put some mirrors up. I got like a little cinema roll light. It's so cute. It's so cute. I like it in here a lot now. I'm no longer living in Box City. Twitch be like, "Hey kids, you know that stream you missed? Here's a little extra dose of anxiety. You're streak, protect that streak." Oh my gosh, I know it's so dramatic. And sometimes I'll get the notifications where it's like I only had a three stream streak or something, and it's like not somebody that I watch super regularly. And so it's like, "Oh, thank you so much for telling me, but I wasn't really worried about it." Bow, 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 bow. I lost streaks a lot due to Twitch mobile being crappy. Oh, that's so sad. Is it harder to like maintain your streaks on mobile? Like, does it not count you as a viewer as accurately? Sounds like someone needs to mannequin serious scars. Okay, well that would help with the scarves, but what about my gloves? I don't know. I have gloves and scarves and hats. Like like winter hats. And I don't know what to do with them. What do you guys do? Do you have like a drawer? I don't know. I don't own a chest of drawers anymore. Hello, Ryan. I am back to my normal model. Oh yeah. We're mourning the loss of Valentine's Day. We're mourning the loss of the pretty reds and hearts and flowers. But it's okay. March is for even more flowers. Don't really have streaks with that many people, sadly. Hopefully that will change now that I'm not slave to the US education system. Yo! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I'm so proud of you. Oh yeah. Now you can get some more brain rot. Some more content. It counts for some weird reasons. A streak counter move. Huh. That is kind of strange. I also admittedly don't have streaks with that many people. I'm pretty sure I have one with Mick. I know I had one that was bigger and then I lost it. But I think I got it back to where Mick is still my highest streak. Who else do I have a streak with? Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. People who stream like not very frequently, like once a week. I think I have some streaks with those people. I don't know. I'm not really able to watch Twitch daily, which is unfortunate. So people who stream like every single day, I kind of struggle. Kind of struggle with those. I still need to turn in one final paper, and hopefully I get a good grade on it. Oh my goodness! Wait, so this is your last piece of homework for like the entire rest of your life? Shit, that is so exciting. I hope it goes so well. We're gonna do a full bunny onesie with the little nose and elastic string. I've never seen an elastic. Wow, was that really loud or is that just me? I don't know. I felt that in my skull. I've never seen a little bunny nose on an elastic string. That sounds nice though. I think I think a bunny onesie would be cute. I think anything with animal ears is like a little difficult for me because I already have animal ears on my head. So unless unless I just got rid of my fox ears and replaced them with bunny ears, I don't really know how that would work. Unless I was double eared up. I don't know. Something to look into, I guess. I've lost 30s and 60s streaks because of mobile. Yo! That is so messed up. That's so sad. I'm so sorry. It seemed okay. Lola! Oh my god, Doc! My goodness, happy Monday. Glad it seemed okay. 6'7"? Why are you saying 6'7"? Is that related to anything? I can send you the link to the Playboy outfit I got for last Easter. Playboy fits. Oh my goodness. Listen, you did eat up that Playboy outfit, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm a little shy. I'm a little shy. I also don't know how I'd look with my big old tail. Hi, Kaiser. Oh my goodness, I'm so good. I'm so good. I hope you're so good too. It's nice to see you. Okay. Do you guys want do you guys want me to unpack little boxes first or do you want to play daily games first? I want to do both. I had a hard time making my schedule. My schedule was so late. I literally wrote it like 20 minutes before stream started. But I couldn't decide what to do, so I just figured we could do both for today. Of course, Tail will be in the way. Yo! You can't come here and slander. Little boxes box? Okay. Let me open Steam. Sean, thank you for the hydrate. Ugh, you guys make sure you're hydrated too, okay? I've been, I don't know, I've been a bit more into fitness and like physical health recently. So I got this little app to track my eating and my drinking and like my steps and stuff. And I realized I'm not really as hydrated as I should be. I guess it's easy to lose track. So I assume it's that way for other people too. So make sure you're staying hydrated, okay? You had my curiosity at full bunny onesie. Now you have my attention. Oh my goodness. Ah! Sorry, this game is so loud. Hold on. Hold on. I know you can't hear it, but I can hear it and it's crazy. I want you to imagine somebody who's playing a saxophone directly into your ear. That's what's happening to me right now. Ooh, doing well checking over my pets and plants right now. Pets and plants? Like your real life pets and plants? Or like in a virtual sense? Hold on, sorry. Can you hear this? You guys hear a funky little sax? IRL pets and plants? Okay, okay. Wait, what kind of pets do you have? That sounds lovely. That sounds so cutesy. Must say it's matching with me. Wah! Okay, excuse me. Excuse me, Missy. one of us wore our matching outfits for an entire month, and it wasn't you. So, hmm. What do you have to say about that, huh? Okay. Wait, maybe I should change my category. Blah. If I had $1 for every time people assume they meant virtual, I have a concerning amount of money. Can you all not care for IRL organisms? No! I don't think it's that. I think it's, I don't know. I feel like if you're saying, like, I'm checking over my pets and plants, like, on Twitch, I don't know. Something about that, I guess, lends itself more to seeming like you have another tab open or something. That would be my guess. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited for the weather to get warmer. I want plants too. I want plants too. I want to go to the farmer's market and get some potted plants, but I don't want them to freeze. Okay. Game. Oh my god, Tommy. Wait, Tommy. You were already here. I didn't. How were you streaming? Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid. That's so sweet of you. You got raided by Tommy Kiss a Homie. Tommy Kiss a Homie. Is that your last name? What were you playing? Hi Tommy. Hi Rose. Tommy so yes. I see. Co-working and studying. Yo, you were studying? Sheesh. Wait, hold on. Can I move this game capture down a little? This music sounds like suspicious. Like somebody's like slinking around while this is playing. Play. Okay, I think this is good. Are we chill, normal, or rush hour? I think we're feeling pretty normal for today. I did my homework, Europe. Yo! Well, thank you so much for reading. I hope your homework went well. What did you learn? Were you studying? Or doing like a worksheet? I hope it was just like a Mori. Wait, there's like 3 math questions and then you're all done. I have a common boa, a serra gecko, 4 bumblebee poison dart frogs, a colony of powder orange isopods, a colony of larva isopods, and a colony of ember bee isopods. So a snake, a gecko, 4 frogs, and shiny roly-poly / wood lice. Yo! Wait, you have so many pets. They're such interesting ones too. Yo. That's so awesome. I hope they're all doing really well. I think I've seen isopods in a zoo one time. I didn't know they were all different types. I thought they were just isopods. I did a couple listening tests, that's all. Listening tests, like language? Like a language test? I think I only ever did listening tests for like Spanish class. Those are quite tough. I hope you did good. Okay, let's go over the basics of packing boxes before your shift begins. Use the button on the desk printer to print an order slip. Pin it to the corkboard to stay organized. Oh my god, it's just like Papa's freezeria. You have a little corkboard. Hold on, this is... Oops. A little loud. Okay. Oh, there's an ADHD autism filter. That's kind of nice. Okay, printing. Unpack items. Packages arrive at the top left conveyor. Drag them to the desk and use the utility knife to open them. Place the items on the table. What is this? Foam peanuts? Okay. Kind of awesome. More steps than I thought it'd be. I thought it'd just be cozy, like this part. Drag an empty box from the right side to the desk. Be mindful, box supply is limited and restocking during the day is expensive. What? Really polies are isopods, but not all isopods are really polies? Oh. Wait, really? I didn't know isopods could roll up like that. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I thought isopods were like beetles with armor on them that are like flat. But I didn't know they could ball up. English listening tests? Don't worry, I totally aced it. Yo, good job! Wait. Are you still learning English? Yo. That's kind of awesome. I can be your listening test. I'll talk as fast as I can. I'll start rapping and then you write down what I said. That'd be kind of awesome, huh? Isopods aren't beetles at all. Hilariously different. Oh. Huh. I guess I don't know too much about insects. I like them. I like looking at them, but I guess I don't know too much. Empty. Yo. What's that for? Okay, what is this saying? It's the right side. On the right side to the desk. Is it saying put it on this? Oh. This? Is this my desk? I don't know what it's really saying to drag this. They're also not insects. They're not. Oh. What kingdom are they in? Are they their own thing? Crustaceans! Huh? What? What? I thought crustaceans were like watery fellas. Huh. As long as there's no ants. No way you censored ants. Man, what's wrong with ants? Did anybody have an ant farm, like, as a child? I never did. I never knew anybody with an ant farm. I kind of don't think that's a real thing. I feel like that's just something that happens in cartoons. Okay, a cap, a map, a dictionary, and a salt shaker. Wait, is this the order? But I just unpacked this. Man, I really don't know. I really don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. It seems like a nice cozy game. I'm just not super sure of the controls. ... On the right side to the desk. Is this the desk? Oh! Oh, I thought it meant the box I already had. Oops. Look up Ants Canada on YouTube. This guy has huge terrariums of ants. Now, Hirohama, why do you know that? I thought you were a certified ant hater. And then come to find out you're just watching ant videos on YouTube. What is this? They're very easy pets, but a lot more effort than you would think. Crabs and lobsters exist on land too. Well, well, I know they do, but they like want to be wet sometimes, right? Like, I know there's hermit crabs that, you know, they're breathing air. They're on the land, but don't they like to get their little feet wet? I don't know. Now, why do I know that? That's what I'm saying. Why do you know that? Fill the box with packing peanuts first. And place each item according to the order slip. Use Q to rotate items. And tab to reset their angle. If something is fragile, wrap it with bubble wrap. Okay. This is fragile. Is this wrapped? It looks kind of wrapped. Oh, I said peanuts first. Why did I have to take it out of a box if I was just putting it in another box? Oh yeah, this is awesome. Insects don't? There are water insects too. You aren't making a good case. Yo! I think I'm making some sort of case. I don't know. Crustacean is just really surprising to me. They just look like cockroaches in a different font. I don't know. You spent your skill points on knowledge and forgot about it? That's kind of awesome. I kind of love that. Close the box, tape it shut, and attach the order label. Enter the order number and don't forget a fragile sticker for delicate items. If you place the sticker incorrectly, use the utility knife to remove it. You just scraping the sticker off? Okay. Tape it shut. Okay, it's fragile. Ah! Hello? Maybe it has to be taped first. Oh my god! What? Thank goodness the tutorial doesn't have a timer. Okay. Does it need an address sticker? I guess it probably does, huh? 100? Is that the address? Cockroaches, they look so different. Nuh-uh. they're both like eclipse shaped and kind of flat and kind of similar brownish grayish colors, right? Is that real? Maybe I've never seen an isopod before. Maybe maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Tag the packed box to the conveyor belt. If it's correct, you'll get paid. If not, it'll return for you to fix. Shred old slips in the paper shredder to keep your workspace tidy. My god, I have to shred stuff? Go. What? Maybe that's only after. Wait, -8! Is it -8 because I messed up the tape? I'm a lurk now. Have a good stream. Thank you, Tommy! Thank you so much! I appreciate you. I appreciate you and your raid and your lurk, and I hope you have a lovely evening. Ship the box. Drag the packed box to the conveyor belt. I already did that. Bubble wrap missing. Oh. Oh, I guess the number didn't go down. I thought it looked a bit wrapped up. Oh dear. Cockroaches have 6 legs and 3 clear parts to their bodies. Like most insects do, 6 legs, 3 segments to their body. That makes sense. I don't know, in my head an isopod... Hold on, let me draw you a picture. Can you see this? Okay, in my head an isopod is like... it's like a good brownish gray color. Like this. Okay. And they got like a head. And a body. Cockroach style. Maybe a little more flat than that. And a bunch of little legs. Maybe more than 6. Maybe like a bunch. And then they have like armor. They're like very flat. Imagine this is very flat. Imagine I'm compressing this a little bit more. And they're like, wee. Is this not an isopod? Isopods come in way more colors. They're like 10 legs, and each pair of legs has its own segment, which is why they can curl up into balls. Oh. But aren't like centipedes and millipedes insects? Even though they also have the segments and all the legs? Okay, and then a cockroach is like maybe a bit more brown, but like still. And maybe it's not as flat, and it's got like... I cannot imagine a thorax on a cockroach. Maybe its wings are in the way. But it's like this. And its antennas are like longer. And it's not as flat. It's more like this. But like they're still pretty similar, right? Shipping, who are we shipping, chat? Oh my god, Apex, we're shipping you! Congratulations! Congratulations, you won the lottery. It's your turn. Where do you want to go? They aren't either. Centipedes and millipedes are in their own category. Myriapods. Oh. Huh. Well... the more you know, I guess. Are there any pink isopods? Imagine if it was like this. That'd be kind of awesome. Well, okay. I don't know. I can get behind them not being insects if there's like weird other categories, but crustaceans is just crazy. That's just so wild to me. I don't know. Maybe they're just like all bugs. Maybe crustaceans fall into the bug category. It's shipping me with whomst? Oh shoot. Hold on, I gotta think. Cause there's like the obvious answers, but I want one that's like less obvious. Like we can't do we can't do like hero, cause that would be... it's not really an interesting ship. Hold on, I'm thinking. Okay, what about Eeyore? Thoughts? Thoughts on Eeyore? They're Aurora isopods. No, they don't. Bugs are terms specific to insects. They're only for specific insects like the assassin bugs. I don't know. I feel like bugs isn't really that scientific, right? Like, are scientists really saying bugs? I figured it was just more of like a... like jargon for anything that's crawly. You gotta ship me with someone new, and then I'll look them up and see if you're right. Eeyore, I love him, but I think he's more of a friend. I do get what why you're saying that, though. Yeah, it's not my best work, but I was trying to think of... I was trying to think of someone who is like... edgy and fixable, but also like accessorized pretty nicely. Like he's got a little bow on his tail. I think that kind of eats. And that was the first guy I could think of. It's literally a term called true bugs. Yeah, but I'm not talking about true bugs. I'm just talking about general bugs. Raise your hand if you're a general bug. Loki, this game might be harder than I thought. Gently load the finished boxes into the truck. Tossing them can cause damage. When done, close the doors and knock twice to signal the end of your shift. Okay. I'm packing this so gently. Wowee! Man, I can't believe I lost $8. Does bubble wrap even cost $8? I feel like I'm low-key getting scammed. Visit the store to restock supplies or buy upgrades. Use your tablet's company's menu to manage partnerships and contracts. Wow, this is so detailed. It is so detailed. I thought I was just like putting things in a box. General bug? Nah, I'm a bug general. We're watching some battle tomorrow. Oh my goodness. There's like a little... I don't know if it's a nursery rhyme. It's like a song for children. I don't know if nursery rhyme is the right term. But it's like the ants go marching. It goes like, the ants go marching one by one, hurrah, Hurrah. And I liked that quite a bit as a child. I ate that one up. You can just call them bugs in general, but that's just speciesism. Well, is there a term for what I'm talking about if not bug? Home fiber crystal. Oh my god! Cha-ching! Wowee. Arthropod is generic term? Really? Is that real? So I could say like, oh, where are my little arthropods at? And like a shrimp would be able to raise their hand, and a butterfly would be able to raise their hand. Like they'd be in the same, in an isopod, they'd all be in the same category. Of course I know this song. I was leading the troops after all. This is about my moment of glory. Yeah. Well, would you be... What number? What number would you be? I don't know how high it goes. See, one by one. And then the little one stops to have some fun. And then they go marching 2 by 2. And then the little one stops to tie his shoe. I don't know what the little one does for 3. Or 4. Or 5. Maybe I've only... Maybe I never got past 2. 1, I'm leading... Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oh, shoot. I should have known. Can I see what my inventory is? I think I'll be buying 5 foam peanuts for today. Oh, it's out of 20. I see. Oh, wait. I'm kind of wasting my money, huh? +5 maximum foam peanuts. Unlocks new colors! Oh my god, give me that. That's so worth it. Oh my goodness. Automatically print address stickers by reading order barcode. Wow, this is kind of awesome. Okay. I got colorful peanuts. I think that's all I need. Can I go to the office? I guess not. They're like, you're clocked out. You can't go in there. Home DIY. Box unlock? Oh, I thought it'd be like decorations. Chemical stickers. Radioactive? I'm shipping radioactive things? I thought it'd just be like stuffed animals and clothes. That's kind of awesome. I have not held a foam peanut in my hand for too long. I miss them. I guess I haven't either. Drink from the vending machine. Come back in the morning. Oh my god, these drinks look awesome though. Who is picking a water bottle when there's like this glorious little pink boba thing? Lucky bubble wrap pop game? Oh my goodness.
Oh, the grand old Duke of Grin. She had 10,000 men. She marched them up to the top of the hill, and she marched them down again. And when they were up, they were up. And when they were down, they were down. And when they were only halfway up, they were neither up nor down.
I don't know if that's referencing at the end there, but when you said when they're up, they were up, I thought of the song. Is it by Cardi B? I don't actually remember who it's by. Oh my god! There is just money in that tree. Wow, fidgeting really does get you places. I'm overwhelmed by the depth of this. Cardi B. Yes, it is Cardi B. I like that song. I like that song. Oh my god. Wait, I can deposit more money. It's so awesome. And then I'll get interest and it'll be even more awesome. I would trust Apex as my general, I think. I think I'd follow her into battle. Oh. Yeah, I also have not held a foam peanut in a long time. I can't remember the last time, but there's a TikTok account, or at least there used to be. I don't know if like they're still doing stuff, but they'd fill like a little kiddie pool with foam peanuts and let their cats play with it. Like a ball pit for cats. And I thought that was kind of awesome. What is this? Oh, I was already here. My bad, Chiefs. Can I go dumpster diving? Okay, maybe not. Grocery shopping. Having more than 3 unpaid bills will end the game. Oh my goodness. That's so stressful. Can I pay this? Buy the house. Oh my god. My cozy game is stressful. Okay, I have to go to work. Get some money. Can I get that little pink drink? Americano? Oh, maybe it's just random. First order of the day, paste double. Wow. I've never got an Americano because I think that's just coffee and water, right? I definitely like milk in my coffee. I don't know if I'd like it. It's an old English nursery rhyme. I like it a lot. Yeah. Wait, that's kind of nice. Oh my god, my Americano. Can I drink this? Why is this on my workstation? Okay, whatever, it's fine. Yellow hard hat ×2. Okay, pickle jar. Oh my god, we're sending this in the same box as Aphex. Okay, some jammies. Souvenir mug. Magnifying glass. Okay, awesome. I don't know what to do with these boxes. Okay, whatever. Foam peanuts. Ooh, what color? For the yellow hard hats. Maybe blue to match the little accents. Okay, they're chilling. Okay, and then we tape. Oh my god, it's not straight. It's fine. It's fine. We're not even worried about it. And the address is 638. Is that all I need to do? I think it is. Yep. Yeah, and then we shred that. What? Any of you remember the things that look like foam peanuts, but you can wet them and stick them to each other and build things? No. No, I do not remember that. Okay, this one's gonna be pink. Okay, and jimmies? Is it fine if they're layered? I hope so. Then a pickle jar. Oh, you like wrap it. Okay. And then a souvenir mug. I don't know. There's a candy called circus peanuts that look like foam peanuts. And low-key, they kind of taste like foam peanuts too. That is not a very good candy. But I've never did any building with a foam peanut situation. At least that I remember. -9! Oh my god, I didn't put the fragile sticker. Okay. My bad. Some items are extra. Consider stealing them. What? Okay, I already did this. Is this my box for stealing? Okay, I guess I'm stealing this from my place of work. Kind of awesome. This game looks like it would fill the gaping hole left in my heart by Papa's Pizzeria. Yeah. Excuse me. I feel like Papa's Pizzeria has so much potential, but it's like a little wacky. This one is very detailed. Excuse me. It's quite nice. Quite nice little tasks. Time to go home. Yeah, I feel like I should just save my money. Just kidding, I want duct tape color palette. Wait, what is like for stealing? Did I get my oh my god. Is this shady guy gonna buy my magnifying glass that I stole from work? Sheesh! Thanks for the $3. Wait, why is he kind of eating? I like his little cargo pants. That's nice. Okay, where's the bank? Yo, look at this. Look at this interest. Excuse me. I'm dying a little bit. Can we ship me with this guy? Oh my god. Seems good enough. Yeah, I think so. Look, he's got like kind of the apathetic expression. Like he doesn't really care. But like he probably cares a little bit deep inside. He's doing illegal activities. He's wearing his edgy clothes. Oh my goodness. Wow, they really reward you for everything. It's nice. Romantic date with your partner. Wait, who's my partner? Can I see them? Man, imagine the imagine the game ending because of your unpaid bills, and one of them is just like you couldn't afford to go on a date. That's kind of sad. What? I don't want another Americano. I want the pink one. Sigh. Oh. Oh. Wait, it was $20 and I got stickers from that? Okay. Kind of awesome. He does care. I know it. Can you make up some headcanons about him? Oh my goodness. Okay. Salt shaker, socks. Oh my god. Skirt, overalls, and baseball cap. Keys. I feel like that should not be shipped. But okay. Flip-flops. Fragile things up here. Can I shred these boxes? Oh, there's a recycle. Okay. Yeah, get these out of here. I don't want them. Oh, okay. This skirt is got some chocolate on it. Right click and double tap to interact. Oh, we can clean it. Oh, that's nice. He's a fake. I don't give a fucker. Why? Why? Of course I can. Oh my goodness. Eagerly waiting. It's so nice that you get money for cleaning the clothes. I mean, I wish that was that easy to clean clothes. Okay. Cat is playing with this box. He's another one. Oh, okay. Have fun, little guy. Can I have some green peanuts for this one? Salt shaker. Socks. Skirt. Like this red one better. I like when skirts have the little like white line at the bottom. It's very cutesy. Overalls and baseball cap. Green tape to match the green peanuts. Okay, it's not straight. And also that is very, very green. But it's okay. 8. Minus 39? What did I do? Oh my god. What? What did I do wrong? Overalls? Skirt, socks. Oh, is a baseball cap not in there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Um, I'm not. I'm not really sure what the problem is here. Breakable sticker. Add a sticker. Okay. Thank you with the hat. I guess I did. I didn't think I did. Sigh, it's fine. Keys, flip-flops. Keys, flops. Big floppa. Thank you so much for the hype. This is pretty hype, huh? Let's see purple. Oh, I thought it would be this like Easter shade of purple, like this nice pastel. This is still a nice shade of purple, but I like this one a lot better. Nothing's rakeable. 818. Oh yeah. Excellent. Some can be yellow. Salt shaker, magnifying glass. Pickle jar. It says you can rotate the items, but I don't know if you get... I don't know if that's just for aesthetics or if it's like actually bad if they're layered, maybe. Shirt. Flip-flops. Okay. Breakable. Yo! Oh, it's not taped, sorry. Man, it's rough having a job out here, huh? Going to 820. Sheesh. Okay. And we gotta we gotta smuggle stuff to the pretty fella. What is the tablet for? What? Oh, I guess these are the brands that we're working with. Toys Were Us. That's cute. Okay. Sheesh. I just said wrong too. Oh man. I guess if you put the same order 3 times, it'll kind of get you. Damn, we're stealing stuff just so we can see him. Oh my god, he's not even here. This is kind of tragic. This is just like Wuthering Heights, I think. Meet the cat Limon. Oh, that's such a good name for a cat. Buy a supply while working? Question marks. Lots of question marks. Alexa, play Criminal by Britney Spears. Okay, I got you. Um. Is this even audible? I don't know if I've ever listened to this full song before. I think I've only heard like the chorus from TikTok. Hanging out in the shady alley. Wait to see her bad boy boyfriend. Man. Where are the bad boys at? I feel like... I don't know. Are bad boys real? I feel like they're kind of performative. Like, is that a normal thing to say? Or is that the appeal? Is the appeal that it's performative? I don't know. Law firm. Get paid 2 times from gift orders. What does this have to do with law? I gotta see him again to make the headcanons. This is terrible. Oh my goodness. Surely he'll be there in the morning. I don't know if he changes locations at all. I bet he likes to pet the cat in his spare time when he's not in the alley. Okay, let's go home. Emergency fund. Okay. Jail again, sigh. That's so crazy. Oh, he's not here. I have stuff to give him. Ugh. Playing hard to get or something. Oh, I didn't get the coffee this time. Man, one day I'll get the pink stuff. Oh, customer's note. Studying for a quiz that doesn't exist. I just Why is this the realest thing I've ever heard? What do I do with this? Thanks, I guess. I'll keep it up here. Oh, can I not keep it up here? Okay. I guess that's just chilling down here for today. Ba-ding! Encyclopedia, dictionary, botanic atlas, skirt. He so does. Only the cat can see his soft heart. That's so... That's so cute, but also tragic. Okay, so this person just wants 1,000,000,000 books. Can I give you your note back? So you remember what this is all about? $6.11. Sheesh. Okay. Looking good. Okay, Loki, I also really like this nameless coaster. We can be long distance. It's fine. Oh my goodness. Wow, shout out Britney Spears. Oh, it's just autoplaying. This is fine. I think this adds to the work environment for me. We'll wrap that up. Shirt, keys, souvenir mug, skirt. Keys. If it's an outfit, I think this shirt goes better. Oh, but it's t-shirt. I guess it has to be this one. Is this the fit? Is this the fit? It's not my favorite. They could do a little better. Oh, get back in there. Okay. Ah, this is so awesome. Happy Monday, everybody. Sometimes I really wish I could listen to music at work, but then I remember I have to take calls all day. Oh. Is it like constant? Like you're getting calls like all day? Oh, I don't know, that's so rough. Maybe you could listen to music in your left ear and then calling the customers on the right ear. And then you just like have to make sure you don't accidentally like sing. Where are the fries? Well, so the fries are the little objects that I'm shipping, and the bag is the box. So it's really a complicated metaphor. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. Fries sounds so good. He's not here. Ugh, bro. Oh my god, he's by the cat. Sheesh. You want a t-shirt? You can have everything. Okay, get a good look at him. from jail is so real. When I'm not taking calls, I'm making calls. It's the worst part because I always feel like I'm bothering people with stuff they don't want to buy. Oh, that does sound like it would be kind of not the most fun. But yeah, I'm tracking stuff that I eat now. And I'm not, I don't know. I'm not like super concerned. Like if I want french fries, I'm going to eat french fries, but I will say I'm snacking a lot less because I don't I feel like there's something so humbling about going on your phone and telling your little app like, "Yeah, I had 2 a.m. cereal." It's like, "Man, I just don't want I just don't want to track that." So it kind of dissuades me from doing that. It's so cute that he's by the cat. Okay. Wow, look at this balance. Looking good. I feel like I should be buying other stuff, but I don't really know. Auto deposit earning the bank over 1,000 at the end of the day. But I can just do that myself. Why would I pay 500 for that? Get paid 2 times for mini games. Oh, okay. Maybe that's good to have. Buy a lucky bubble wrap pop game. It's just so expensive. Oh well. Yippee! What are those little bell stickers? Can I see how much they are? Okay, maybe stickers aren't here. I'm gonna turn the music down just a little bit. I feel bad. I feel like I'm always baiting people. I'm like, yeah, today's like cozy, sleepy vibes. And then you click on my stream and I'm going sicko mode. Mm. So it's $3 for one, and I won five. And I paid $20 to pay the game, and I got a $15 prize. Not super good investment, but at least it was fun to pop them. Okay, I think his real job is something in construction. He tried to go the honest route like his family never did, but he can't make the ends meet. So he's slipping back into the crime world. Sad. That is really sad. Oh, I will say I've never seen a goth construction worker. And maybe that's just like I don't know that many construction workers, but I feel like that's kind of awesome. I don't know. I feel like usually when I see very goth people, they're a bit lanky. I don't see a lot of like buff goth people, but I think that kind of goes crazy. First strong order has no penalty. Sheesh. I do be needing that. Okay, let's go to work. Get me in there. Both goth people would go so crazy. I like how you say would go so crazy as like there's never been one before. But yeah, I've personally never seen one. Well, okay. Maybe I've seen like goth like quote unquote mommies that maybe are a bit more built. But I've never seen a masculine person who was goth and also buff. Bro, this is like gross. If I ordered something and it had brown stuff just all over it, I would scream and cry and ask for a refund. So much shit about goths. They do tend to wear heavy coats. I guess that's true. I guess I don't see a lot of goth like people wearing tank tops. So maybe they are buff, you just can't really see. Hmm. Much to consider. Man, I'm gonna get buff and then I'm gonna dress in goth clothes. I think this is a pink sort of day. Salt shaker. Plastic bottle times 2. Okay. Shorts and flip-flops. Ooh. Maybe it should be the blue shorts and the blue flip-flops. We got a nice little blue box going on. I think that's all. Breakable. Yo! Oh, I didn't tape it. Blue, because there's blue contents in there. Sheesh! Oh, I got an achievement for using all the different colors. That's nice. Like 8-4. Also, carrying all that emotional baggage gotta give you something. Sheesh. It's kind of awesome. New items are available from a partnered brand. Wait, what does the 2 mean? Huge pharma. Aw, hell nah. Okay, I can't find good workout music because their sad music goes too hard. That's kind of understandable. No, I was going on a walk yesterday, as I as I mentioned like 3 times already. But anyway, I was just listening to some songs like shuffled, and most of my like songs are pretty upbeat, pretty hyper, pretty noisy. And when those are playing, I'm like, oh yeah, like I'm I'm walking to the beat. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like a baddie. But then like when a random sad song comes on, it's like, oh, this song is so good, but like I could not be working out to this. Like it just doesn't fit. Yellow hard hat. Pickle jar. What is this person up to where they need flip-flops, a hard hat, and a pickle jar? Shorts. Oh, and a water bottle, of course. Oh. 428. Yippee! Any buff goth women in chat hit me up. That's so real of you. Okay, jammy socks, yellow hard hats. Okay. Looking good. Okay. Oh wait. None of that is breakable, huh? I'm so good at packing boxes. If you're There's not any downside to like stealing from your work, right? It's weird that it's an option. Maybe some people are playing it really straight. They're like, no, I can't steal from my employer. I guess I never stole from my employer. But they make it so doable in this game. Random pickle jar, what's this person up to? I'm imagining someone just eating pickles like with a fork, wearing their little hard hat. Maybe you should steal a construction hat and give it to Shady Guy for his construction job. Because I know he wasn't wearing one himself. He thinks he doesn't need it. He doesn't care, but I care. Wow, that's so deep and beautiful. You're right. You're right. But instead, he's getting a sock shaker, pink socks, and a souvenir mug. Why would you want to steal? Well, it's not particularly that I'm like chomping at the bit to steal. It's that, if at the end of the workday you get presented a big gray box and it's like, all right, if you want to steal anything, put it in the box. Then I just feel like That's so, like it's just all right there, you know? Okay. I think I need to restock some materials. Wait, let me in. 11, 10. I only have 6 tapes. Let's get some more. MP3 player. MP3 player is pretty tempting. But Lady Gaga's playing right now. Cat pillow. Oh. I don't want to withdraw from the bank. I'll get a cat pillow tomorrow. Hmm. What is home DIY? Box slot upgrade. Wait, how many boxes do I have? I have 9? Wait, is that real? I thought I only had one size of box. I think I do. Maybe that's what this is. Let me buy a medium box. I think having medium and extra large is nice. Get some full address stickers. Uh, I wonder if it will give me like wet items before I have the stickers, or if I have to have the stickers first. I'll buy wet stickers. See what happens. He tells you he doesn't want this mug, but when he wakes up at 4 a.m. for work and makes his black coffee in the cute mug, he thinks of you and it makes him smile a little bit. Wait, you're making me feel like a goober. Like, why is that so cute? Oh, I'll pay this bill tomorrow. I only have $26 right now. Oh, it's so cute. I love when people are soft, but they act like they aren't. Today's sweating stickers and duct tapes are free. Oh my god. Wait, matcha's kind of awesome. Have you guys had matcha? I don't think I ever have. I have a sneaking suspicion that I wouldn't like it if it's not super sweet. I'm very much a sweet tea enjoyer. Well, like sweet milk tea. I guess not like sweet southern tea. Plutonium. Oh. This person's buying plutonium and cobalt. That's so awesome. Making you feel like a goober. It's the highest compliment. Sigh. Prayer beads. Do people order prayer beads online? I mean, I guess they have to. I guess you can get anything online. But there's something like a little bit funny about that. Okay, cobalt. Crystal ball. Oh man, when I was unpacking yesterday, I broke a snow globe. It wasn't like the worst thing in the world, but it was. Ah! Sorry, I'm not going to a different screen. Wasn't the worst thing in the world, you know, but still kind of sad. Do I have to bubble wrap these? Does anybody know if you have to bubble wrap plutonium? I guess probably not. There's not a sticker for it either. I appreciate the way Fuss keeps us on our toes. I was 15 minutes before stream. Yo! Listen. Listen. I couldn't decide what to do. And sometimes when I'm indecisive, instead of locking in, I lock out. That's my bad, Chiefs. Looking forward to the day she releases a schedule, and the first stream is like, yo, let her. Yo, I would never do that. Surely, Oh, that tape job's not that good. But anyway, pretty cool schedule, huh? Kind of makes you wanna like heart react to it, doesn't it? Put it to the authorities using your tablet. Okay. Where? Oh, report. 343. Am I being a snitch? Work, work, save me! Oh my goodness, I'm saving you. I'm saving you. I think. I hope. Was listening to Rihanna saving you at all? So right. Oh yeah. It genuinely, it's like such a goofy thing. But I feel so validated and vindicated. Ah, minus 38. Oh, radioactive sticker missing. Oh, I don't even have one. Shoot. Okay. We just shred that. Yeah, feel so validated when people like put little reactions on my stuff. It makes me go, "Oh yeah, this is what it's all about." Oh my god, I love this song. I am being saved. Ah, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. You give him a sip of your matcha and he makes a face and says it's gross. You say he's not one to talk because he smokes all the time. That's when he says he doesn't actually like the taste of cigarettes. He just started doing it to look cool. And it's too late to stop now. Oh. Wait, why is that so sad? Man, I feel bad for him. He's fixable. He's fixable. I just know it. Britney Spears ascending. Why is I waking? Oh. This is so sad. This is so sad. Why do why do our strongest shoulders have to go to work? 2 prayer beads and socks. Ooh, and socks and a skirt. Crystal ball and a yellow hard hat. Do you think this is all like the same person or do you think it was like a group order? I don't know. Having a crystal ball and also prayer beads. Like Miss Ma'am is going through it. Like I think she's just trying anything. And like the hard hat, that really intrigues me as well. Okay. Crystal ball is breakable. And we're at 356. Go. I think Hero ordered this. Wait, you're so right. Does Hero have prayer beads? I don't know if that's real, but I feel like I can picture some sort of bracelet on his arm that looks like prayer beads. Maybe I just made that up in my head. Water bottle, winter coat, raincoat. Pink. This is a cute winter coat. I like when they're fair lined or like fluffy. Water bottle and a raincoat. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. None of that is fragile. Go. Oh my god, wait. No, let me back in. No, I want to. No, I clicked too fast. I wanted to steal stuff. Darn it. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. I didn't even want to give a hoodie to the little edgy guy. I don't know, but I think you would. And whatever works. That's such a good technique. Wow, we're kind of getting lit on this fine Monday. Okay, recycling. $50 for cleaning stuff. Slay. Can I just buy all the stickers? Oh, 500. Heavy. Flammable. Okay, so the only sticker I don't have is chemicals. But, like, surely they won't throw chemicals at me. It's like the one sticker I don't have. Surely they're forgiving. Oh, wait. Lucky bubble wrap. Give me that. $10. $100. Yo. Oh, heavy stickers. Okay. It's fine. I didn't want $100 anyway. Nail, nail salon appointment. $99. Oh my god, wait, I'm negative. Oh my god. Shoot. Shoot. Wait, is that fine? Does that affect anything? Uh, just like withdraw a little bit. Okay. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, see, look, I got $100 for being in the negative. Just like, just like in real life. Okay. Can I buy multiple drinks? I didn't think about that. First start of the day pays double? Come back in the morning. Okay, you can't. Can I gamble? Oh. I guess those are one day only things. Alright. Get me back in the office. It's funny that it's called an office. It's like a warehouse. Americano sleigh. Oh, okay. So organized. Oh, my money's just down here. Calendar. Why? Why do I? Why do I have this stuff? Oh, a compass. Wow. Dirty shirt. Scarf. Blue jacket. Oh, nice. Nice. Blue jacket. Gift exchange voucher. I don't know what that is. Socks. Another compass. Who is buying compasses? Sorry, is that rude? You're valid. You're valid if you're buying compasses. It's just a little surprising, I guess. Dirty goat. Tie. Oh my goodness, there's so much going on. Water bottle. Binoculars. Pickle jar. Can't leave home without that one. Okay. Shirt, winter coat, blue jacket, pair of beads, compass. Should be yellow. Winter coat. Shirt. Blue jacket. Prayer beads and compass. I guess if you're going hiking. I was thinking, like, don't people just use their phone if they need a compass? But I guess maybe, some people be unplugged. Not me, though. Oh, include a gift exchange voucher with this order. Oh, shoot. I'm wasting my tape. Okay. And a gift exchange voucher. Is that like a gift receipt? Like if someone changes their minds, they can return it? None of that is fragile. Okay. 300, let's go! You walk by the alley and wave to him without stopping, but he goes after you and says, you say you don't have anything for him today. And he's like, oh. There's an awkward silence. You think he probably wants to hang out with you anyway, but he doesn't say it, so you just go. Ah! Why am I eating this up so bad? Oh my god, that's so lovely. How's my daughter Sandy? San Diego? San Diego. Chelsea! Sigh, scarf. I can't hear a thing, by the way. But you can't hear a thing because, like, my stream is quiet? Or you're muted? Scarf. I think that can fit in a medium. Get in there. Compass. 2 compass orders in 1 day is ridiculous, I must say. Go back to yellow tape. Oh my god, wait, come back. Wait, no. Wait. Oh, I'm glad I didn't get any penalty for that. That was kind of silly. I love this song. I love it. I've heard Acid and Rain before. I don't think I've heard this one. This is just auto playing off of Criminal, which is sort of awesome. Okay, binoculars, socks, pickle jar, shirt. It's my grocery list for today. Pickle, shirt, sock, binoculars. These are not very appealing socks. Like, I feel like they should be all green or like all yellow stripes. But the green into yellow stripes could be a little better. Okay, fragile, because there's a pickle in there. It's going to 282. Yeah, I'm sure it's great. Making fun of me, huh? You people with ears think you're so much better than us, huh? Oh my goodness. What a princess. Let me type to Dilsey. Okay. Socks should be named Sucks because they suck. Yeah. I don't know. I think there's not a lot of situations where I enjoy green and yellow. I don't think I've seen that many green and yellow outfits that were good. Does Geronimo Stilton wear green and yellow? Maybe he does. I think his outfit is fine. But I think it's kind of rare. I was designed to not have ears. I like not having stupid ears. It's not my fault you don't know sign language. It's my function. Man, I don't even know what that means. Why would you need sign language if you're typing? Watching your expression is great. Hey. Oh, I feel bad. I used to have closed captions, but the support for that ended, and I don't know how to fix it. I wish I still had captions. Oh my god, it's him. It's him. Here, I have a water bottle and a scarf for you. Ugh. Doing all this work for him, and we never get to see him smile. Wow. One day, one day we'll see goth criminals smiling. Oh my god. Recycling. Okay, time to gamble. $50. Ugh, bubble wrap. It's fine. Yeah, steal the scarf so he won't get cold. Steal the bottle so he'll actually drink. To make sure he takes care of himself in this shady business. That's so real. Realest thing I ever heard. Holiday slips are auto shredded at the end of each day. Your first packing mistake each day has no penalty. Mm. Don't pay bills related to your partner. I can divorce my partner. That's crazy. I think Consumer Protection Act is nice. I like being able to mistake freely. Wait, there's something else I wanted to buy. I don't remember what that was. Why am I sucking an egg? Oh, cat pillow. Yes. I don't know, Dilsey. Why are you sucking an egg? That sounds like something you would know. Why would I know that? He'll top up for the car. $82 for gas? What? Am I driving like a diesel semi truck? That's crazy. My car has a pretty like large gas tank. Um, even that is like 40. That's crazy. Oh my god, wait. Banger. Hawaii shirt, gloves. Oh my goodness, kitty cat. Traditional fan. We're like going through a divorce or something. Hmm. This is very SpongeBob coded. Ugh. So much dirt. Leather jacket. Sheesh. Leather jacket and a folding knife. I hope somebody orders both of these. This is my type. Okay, a sweater, cute. A shirt, a suit with the hanger and the tie. It's an interesting way to package it. I guess you got everything you need. Oh, I need more boxes for you. Okay, Hawaii shirt, gloves, fan. Looking good. Pink for this one. Did you see him smile once? Oh, you did see him smile once when you were looking through the window of your shop and saw him petting the doggy. But that's the only time. Man, got me kicking my feet. Got me kicking my feet for this like cozy game, little goober. Oh, I need to get more peanut cereal. Okay, shirt. Shirt, pajamas, Hawaiian shirt, flip flops, and the suits. This is the same order. Which shirts? Orange or green? Oh, none of them go there. Wait, I didn't get a drink today. Oh well, at least I got a kitty. How come Dilsey gets an egg? I want one too. Well, I told her to suck an egg. Um, it was supposed to be like insulting. Yo, what are the shirts doing? You spin me right round. Okay, well, be green to match the peanuts. Oh shoot, it's like barely fits. Come here, child. The shit's spinning. Don't worry about it. You know, things just happen and we don't have to wonder about it too hard. Oh, zero! Wait. What? Oh, I forgot the sweater. Wait, shirt, pajamas, Hawaii shirt, sweater, flip flops too. Okay, sorry. I can't believe I got $0 because I forgot one item. Wait, this is cooked. They don't even all fit. Ugh. You provided a free egg to suck, right? Hmm. I mean, I guess so. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. There you go. What what a weirdo. All these clothes. All these clothes don't fit. I think the suit needs a lot of room. Okay. We're chilling. Ah, okay. From $170 to zero is crazy. Leather jacket. Oh, and prayer beads. Darn it. I was really hoping whoever got the leather jacket also got the folding knife. Like, oh my goodness. Sheesh. Oh. Does it not fit in the medium box? I know it does. Okay, okay, it does. It's oh, it's poking out a little. Is that fine? Surely that is fine. 919. Okay. Okay. We're chilling. Oh my goodness. And we oh, I don't really want to sell the knife to the fella. I want to give him nice things only. Oh yeah. Minus 51. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh! Why did he make that noise? Uh-huh. Also, why did the shirt turn white? It was definitely like orange. But okay. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not worried about it. $10! Wow, I love paying $20 to get 10 back. Um, was there something I needed? Oh, I think I need bubble wrap, maybe. Oh, sorry, not bubble wrap. Foam peanuts. Yes, looking good. Get some duct tape as well. Ugh, cutting that color palette. We'll work towards it. We'll work towards it. I need more boxes. Maybe we unlock large boxes. Wait, it's $30 for one box? That is so crazy. Okay, whatever. Oh, I also did not ever get chemical stickers. It's fine. Nobody's ordering chemicals, surely. Next time you see him petting the cat, you decide to go up to him. And he pretends he wasn't doing anything. But you're like, this cat doesn't like just anyone you know. He's very picky. Guess he knows you're a good guy. And he says he's not and looks away. Oh, wait, shoot. I gotta pay these bills. Going crazy with drawing. Fuel top off. Grocery. $87 grocery shopping. Sheesh. Is that for one person? Oh, I forgot to get a drink again. Oh well. Hi. Collectible figure? Wait, did I just steal that? I I saw Funko Pop on my job and I just took it home, I guess. Kind of awesome. I hope nobody orders one. I'm scrambling it, but thanks for the... What do you mean? What do you mean you're scrambling it? Okay, pickle jar. Huh? Oh my god, it's broken. Real. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Stealing is okay. It's part of your pay. Really? How do I steal from? How do I steal from Mommy Twitch? Thank you, Mick. I'm so good at puzzles. Have you guys ever done like online puzzles? Those are so much fun. Yippee! Oh, I got an achievement for repairing a broken item. Okay, sweater, hoodie, pickle jar. I think that can fit into still large. Oh, no, it cannot. We need extra large for this one. Okay, pickle jar is breakable. Oh my god, it's not taped. Okay, breakable. 404. Oh my god. Wait, doesn't 404 mean something? Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Folding knife Hawaii shirts. Okay. Will that fit here? Let's see if it fits in a medium. Aw, man. It looks like it does. Okay, whatever. That box is just ready for ready for something else. I like that the folding knife is unfolded and that's how we're shipping it. But that's not really my concern, I guess. Can I just like put my money in a box? So I can't. It'd be kind of awesome if I could. Face. What if you steal the folding knife one day? When you give it to him, he tells you to keep it. Because you have to be safe in these streets. He can't always be there to protect you. Oh my god, got me kicking my feet. Although I will say, like, these are the streets in question. Like, I guess there's a puddle on the ground. But there's like a community bulletin board and recycling bin and like a boba vending machine and a bus stop with a kitty cat. These streets are looking pretty clean. Oh my god. Is this the Twilight song? I just watched uh the shoot, what's the final Twilight movie called? I watched part 1 where Bella's like pregnant and then gives birth and then Jacob imprints on her daughter. I just watched that. It's pretty awesome. That's just until night? Oh, like after the sun goes down, that's when all the little creeps come out. I think you have a good point. Thank you for the search and hydrate. Ah, I just know he has this big idea of the streets in his mind. Breaking Dawn. Yeah, I think it's Breaking Dawn. If that's the one that has 2 parts. But I watched Breaking Dawn Part 1 with my friends the other day. It is much more bloody. The scene where Bella's giving birth, I don't know. Like, I feel like I watched that as a teenager, and I do not remember it being so incredibly graphic. But I was thinking the other day, I don't know. I'm assuming everybody knows the plot of Twilight. But if you don't, I'm sorry for spoilers. But you know how Jacob imprints on Renesmee, like the baby? I was thinking I don't really know how imprinting works per se. Chamomile tea, that's so pretty. I don't know how it works exactly, but do you guys think if if Edward wasn't in the picture and Bella did end up with Jacob and then they had a kid together, would Jacob have imprinted on his own child? Or is it only would he only have imprinted if it was like Edward's child? I don't know. I don't really know what the imprinting is like because they explain it as if like each werewolf like has one soulmate that they're destined to be with. If if Edward and Bella weren't together, would he have just like gotten assigned a new one, or was it always gonna be Bella's child? I have no idea how that all works. I just know I don't like it. Yeah, I will say it is pretty rough being on Team Jacob and then like that happens. Yeah, not my favorite. Not my favorite, but I still like him better than Edward. You only saw the first one? Really? You didn't watch it and you're like, "Man, I need to see more of this." I really like those movies. I do think they're a bit strange, but it's like in a campy way, in my opinion. Like they're kind of ridiculous, but like I think that just makes it so much fun. Oh my goodness, look at this t-shirt. This is so cute. Little sprout on his head. Oh my god, this song played in Beverly Hills Chihuahua. I always think of Beverly Hills Chihuahua when I hear this song. I watched that movie a lot as a kiddo. I quite I quite liked it. I think I might have seen some of the second one actually. I don't really remember. My sister really liked them, but I can only recall the first one. Hmm. I'm trying to remember. Like I know everything that happens, but it's hard for me to remember like what happens in each movie. I want to say I think the first one, like the first one is fine. But I think the second one is my favorite. But I really like Jacob, and Jacob is more prominent, like in the later ones. So maybe that's why. I recommend them though. They're so awesome. Chihuahua goes hard, and that's a certified film school opinion. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Did you see the sequels at all? I think the sequels were not as good. I think they kind of just like I really liked the main character Chihuahua Chloe, and then I feel like they kind of made her like silly goofy in the second one. I don't really remember what happens in the third one, but in the second one, I don't know. I don't know. I only really like the first one, but I saw all of them because as a child, you like a piece of media and you're like, I have to see all of it. I don't know. I remember like the Chihuahuas had puppies, and I remember being like, it's not like I'm happy for them, but I liked it a bit better when they didn't have babies. 860. Yippee! I think I did, but I don't remember. Yeah, that's pretty fair. Folding knife, blue jacket, hoodie, compass. Okay. Will this fit? Man, this knife is gonna rip their clothes. Oh well. Oh well, not my problem, I guess. My goodness, things are getting tense now. We've got 5 orders. You only get 3. If I was a wealthy girl. Oh, okay. We got an axe. That's nice. Gift exchange voucher. A mug. Fan hoodie. Dirty baseball cap. Shirt. That apron's cutesy. Reminds me of Cooking Mama. Hawaii shirt, apron, cap, and winter coat. Okay. Unfortunately, I do think that one also has to be extra large. Man, I have all these nice box sizes, but everyone orders too much. Can only really use the big ones. None of that's fragile. Go. Hawaii shirt hoodie. Oh, and include a gift exchange voucher. Okay. No! This box isn't doing anything. Can't really be mad with this song playing though. Bow, bow, now, bow, 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 now, 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 now. This is a purple kind of sitch. Bow, now, bow, bow, now, bow. What if you bring Shady Guy a snow globe and he just stares at it for a really long time? When you ask why, he says it reminds him of the one he had as a kid. So you tell him to keep it, but he thinks he'll just break it. Like he broke the other one! Why are you so good at this? I sincerely hope that in some of the short films that you're working on. Oh my god, chamomile tea. I sincerely hope that in some of the short films you're working on, you are writing love interests for characters. It's like, why are you eating this up so hard? Mug. Socks. Sweet, come on, you gotta fit. Okay. Okay, thank goodness. The mug is breakable. Oh. Poker face. I don't even know what she's saying, but she sounds good singing it. Oh, lovely. We can. Do you think he'll like this battle axe and also salt shaker? Can I give him money? Oh, give him a knife. Oh my god, I can. Wait, that's kind of awesome. I'm not gonna do that. Okay, ready to go. Ooh, got lots of box sizes now. Oh, I didn't tape any with blue. Sorry for all you blue lovers out there. Double purple, no blue. I'll do extra blue tomorrow. I saw this, I think. I forgot what it was about. You forgot what it was about. Okay, let me put you on. Beverly Hills Chihuahua is about this rich little chihuahua. Her name is Chloe. She's like the chihuahua of like a rich lady. Like she's the type of chihuahua that like lives in a purse and gets carried around, and she has like diamonds on her collar and stuff. She's very prissy. But anyway, her owner goes away for a work trip and hires her like niece to dog sit. And the niece is like, "Oh, man, I don't really care about this little chihuahua. Like, I'm just dog sitting." But Chloe is so used to being pampered, that she's just so appalled that the niece is not doing a good job taking care of her. Um, and then, and then there's also another chihuahua who is like the pet of like the gardener. That little chihuahua's name is Poppy, and he's like absolutely in love with Chloe, cause like Chloe's like the rich girl chihuahua. And I kind of forget how they get into this situation, but I think I want to say that somebody steals Chloe. Either somebody like dog naps Chloe, or she gets lost somehow, like she runs away. I don't know. But somehow she gets out of like her mansion and like I don't know, she's like in trouble, and then like Poppy, this like little broke boy chihuahua like who's in love with her and is simping for her, like comes to save her, and they like go on a quest. And then eventually like they come home, and then Chloe's like worldview is shifted, and she's like, "Oh, maybe caring about diamond colors like isn't really as important as I thought it was." And then they like have a little doggy wedding. It's cute. It's really cute. I really like it. Oh my god, what if Tuck's hair behind ear? What if we watch that? Would anybody would anybody watch that with me? I really like that movie. Or at least I really liked it as a kid. I haven't seen it in so long. But that was a banger. I said chihuahua so much it doesn't sound like a real word. Yeah, chihuahua. Chihuahua. I know it's is it like I know it's Spanish. Is it Mexican? I think it is. But yeah, just like looking at it, it does those letters do not look real. They don't look like they go together at all. So really just thinking about the one I'm writing right now does have a romance plot. Why can I not channel any of this energy for it? Are you not inspired by the character enough? Maybe maybe you maybe you need to envision this guy as you're writing for it. Maybe that would help. Oh my god, I'm out of peanuts. Okay. Bubble wrap. Oh my god, I can afford the cutting matte color palette. But maybe it'd be better to get the barcode reader. I think this would help. I think this would make my life easier, but this one would make my life more fun. I'm gonna buy both. Self-control go, brah. Monthly donation to the homeless shelter. No way! Uh, I'm sorry. Obviously, any acts of charity are nice. But it's really funny that I'm paying $18 for the homeless shelter, but then paying like 8 times that on my nails. And your 10th day. Earn interest from the bank for 10 days? Yo! Is my bank looking good? Wow, it is looking pretty good. Mm. Auto deposit earning to bank over 1,000 at the end of the day. Maybe that would be helpful. Maybe that would be helpful. Okay. Let's get to work. Oh, I did not buy a little coffee treat. Darn it. It's okay. It's okay. We'll make it through without it. Yellow hard hat. Skirt overalls. Ooh, overalls. Tie, plastic bottle, pajamas. Okay. Yuck. Exotic wine bottle. Is there wine in it, or is it like somebody's just buying the bottle? Man, early 2000s bangers only. Oh, a pipe and some shorts. Should have made my protagonist a sad, depressed criminal SMH. I'm genuinely very surprised that you didn't. I feel like you eat that up. Ooh, oh, this skirt is gorgeous. This, this is a fit. Oh my god. I love skirts with chains. I feel like not too many skirts have like belt loops. So it's a little bit difficult to get a nice little chain skirt moment, but when you do, it's cinema. Bow, bow, bow. Okay. A lot of products over here. Yellow hard hat skirt, overalls, tie, plastic bottle, and jammies. Oh my god, the overalls take up so much space. Yellow hard hat. Skirt. Tie. Oh, the skirt and the leather jacket don't go in the same order. That's so sad. That's such a good outfit. You can't add your own chain to a skirt. You can. You can. I was just saying, not a lot of skirts have belt loops. I think I only have 2 skirts that have belt loops, and all the rest are just like elastic. And so there's nothing to like clip the chain to, you know? I don't know. Maybe you could sew like loops to connect the chain to. But yeah, it'd have to be a DIY moment. I don't know. Maybe maybe my skirts are weird. Wait. Skirt, overalls, tie, yellow hard hat, plastic bottle, Pajamas. Okay. Wait, are any of these fragile? I don't think so. 501. Yippee! Oh my goodness. Traditional hand. Cute. Hoodie. Cute. Flip flops. Cute. Shorts. Oh. They're not my favorite shorts, but they're okay. Knife. And a mug. This game is such a time sink. I don't know. I feel like I haven't even done that much in the game, but I feel like you get stuck. You're like, yes, I gotta keep doing my little tasks. I'd recommend it. I don't know how much this game was because it was it's just in my Steam family library. But I would recommend it. I would pay I think I would pay up to $10 for this game. Pipe. Exotic wine bottle. Oh. Oh, I can use the wet sticker. Leather jacket. Ooh. Do you guys like brown or black leather jackets? I guess for me it depends on the outfit. I think in general I prefer black though. I don't know. I I was looking at my coat closet the other day and was like, man, every single one of these B words is black. I don't have a single color jacket that is not black, which is kind of goofy. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's like really slay to have like a red jacket or something, but it's just not as versatile. Black just really looks so good with everything. 894. Go. I think if you wear that outfit, the skirt with the chain plus leather jacket, the shady guy would like it so much he'd be really embarrassed to talk to you. Shit. Ah, that's so cute. Eating that up. Oh, another thing. Oh my goodness. The midday. Oh, okay. One one single jacket. Midday order. Oh, wow. Dice and fold. Okay. Fun. Okay, this is a shirt and these are t-shirts. Keep those separated. Don't want to get confused. I really do need coats and jackets. You have none? Oh, does it just not get very cold where you live? I think that's pretty understandable. Ah, they're so nice. I really like layered outfits. Goes crazy. Okay. Shirt. Apron. Leather jacket. We'll pack the brown one this time. Match the apron. Baseball cap. Pipe. This is an interesting mix. And a traditional fan. Wait, was any of that fragile? No. No stickers for this one. 261. Go. Well, I know we're getting that black shirt for him. We better. T-shirt. Yeah, we're saving this one. It should be left over. Surely the last two orders don't order t-shirts. Wait, and a salt shaker. Would that fit in a medium box? I don't even know what the point of a small box is. Like this is already so small it can hardly hold a shirt. T-shirt. Surely that fits medium style. bottle. Oh no, please. Please fit in there. I'm getting so I'm getting so fresh listening to those playlists. You get it after he randomly mentioned it was his birthday 2 days ago, but he didn't do anything to celebrate, so you get him a gift. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my god, that tape is not good. Surely it's fine. Oh, the salt shaker's fragile. Okay. Slaying. Oh my god, this person does want 2 t-shirts. Sigh. Whatever, it's fine. Didn't want to get him the weird little dice shirt anyway. Who can be yellow? Okay, well, the leather jacket is still pretty awesome, if nothing else. Literally robbing our boyfriend. Oh my god. It's kind of, I feel like it's kind of more poetic and beautiful that it's like we stole we stole the shirt from our place of work. It's not even like we went to the store and picked out a gift for him. It was like, yeah, I saw this at work and thought of you. Like, is that flattering or would that make you raise your eyebrow? Like, this is like low-key not even all gonna fit. I didn't consider that the size of the boxes would be problematic. Um, can I can I go back in there? Shoot. This is like Suika game. Uh, um. Uh, um. What do I even do about that? Committing a crime for someone is romantic? I would never ask someone to commit a crime for me, but I do agree. I do think that's a bit romantic. Okay, well, can these just be shipped the next day? Am I gonna get paid for these? Oh, okay. It's just $25 for another truck. No biggie. No biggie whatsoever. I will say I don't like his voice. Like listen to him. Aha. He sounds like Crazy Dave from Plants vs. Zombies a little bit. Which, you know, a little a little unfortunate. Oh. I thought I already did that. Okay. Well, I'll take it. Gambling. Boing. $100, please, please, please. Oh. Stickers is not $100, but I'll take it. I'll take it, I guess. We can get him a new jacket, because his is very old and frayed. He says he doesn't want it, because it's probably really expensive. But you tell him you stole it from work, and he's like, oh no, I'm corrupting you. But in like a jokey way, you know? Why is that so cute? Why? Why is that so cute? Oh wait, I didn't even change the color of the cutting mat. Exciting. I assume this game kind of ends after you purchase everything. But maybe not. Wow, that's so cute. I don't even have small boxes. I guess I'll unlock that. I gotta give him a name. He can't just be shady guy. Mm, give him a good name. Give him a good name. Low key, I do think he needs to shave a little bit. Like, I'm sure if this was a real person, the stubble would kind of add to his aura. But in this art style, I think the stubble kind of makes him just look messy. Best friend's birthday gift? I hope it's shady guy. I hope that's our best friend. Ah, okay. Don't nod so excitedly. I was like, yes, I love crimes. I love crimes. Come back in the morning. I want to gamble some more. Oh, that's cute. Okay. Well, back at it. Cappuccino, you sit here. Wait, I bought this barcode reader. How do I use it? Ooh. Ooh. Okay, it's a pink kind of day. No way you said that after I just made this story up. Right? Yeah, that is kind of crazy. You really, you really manifested that into existence, huh? Okay, wrap that thing. Oh my goodness. I think clothes is my least favorite stuff to ship. Ah, they're so bulky. I think his name is Ray. Ooh. I think my dad has a friend named Ray. I've never met anybody like of my age group named Ray. Bonsai tree. Bonsai tree is heavy? Really? Isn't that not just like a little plant? Yo, why are you dancing? Chill. Broken thing. Yippee! Oh my god, $60 for fixing that. Swag. Okay, souvenir mug, scarf, pajamas, baseball cap, t-shirt. I think that can fit in a large. Mug, pre-wrapped. Scarf. Jammies. Cap. T-shirt. Oh. Shoot. Get in there! Get! Okay, what if we move the mug down? And the scarf down? Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm definitely getting this game. It's really cute. It's really cute. I think you should. I think you should. 778. I do think it's like an upgraded it's like an upgraded Papa's sort of game. Papa's Treezeria Plus. Mug. Wrap that thing. Water bottle. Blue jacket. Shirt. Suit. Bonsai. Okay, that's an extra large situation. Ah, get in there. Okay. Sling. And it's heavy. And it's breakable. Wait, how do I... Oh, it just makes a new one. Okay. Go. That's cute. Wifey will devour that game as well. Yes. It does seem like a nice cozy, relaxing game for all the for all the cozy wifeys out there. Maybe one day after Ray finally confesses his love and asks you out on a date, you two can run this place together. Just you and the cat. And then he can now pet all the time without being shy about it. That's so cute. That's so cute. Got me kicking my feet. A kitty cap, two keys, and a tie. Can that fit small? Oh, I don't think it fits in the small. Ugh. Oh, wait. Oh my god. Maybe? No. No, I think that's too hopeful. Can I put my peanuts back? Okay, I guess that's just gonna live over there for today. Wow, this song is like low-key ruined for me because I always think of the Minecraft parody. Side to side. Um, yes. Should I just give up and write my graduation? um, I'm not gonna say yes, but I'm not gonna say no either. Customers notes. Lady. I guess there's some like websites where you can add a customer note. That's so strange. Hell no, who's ordering 3 fedoras? I don't know. It's also weird to see the fedoras from the top. I like this exotic wine bottle. Um, I guess we can put the hello milady in with the fedoras. Maybe that would add to it. Raise your hand if you've ever wore a fedora before. Be honest. Be honest. I'll know if you're lying. My uncle like always wears a fedora. Like that's his signature look. I don't know. It's not like it kind of suits him, but I don't know. It's just such a meme at this point. It's hard to separate it. Single hand in the air. I'm cutting it off. Do not make that order. Save that poor person. Ugh. Well, listen. It's just not my business. Yeah, you can have the hello milady. They're all the same color too. Like this is quite unfortunate. Um, if I put like a radioactive sticker on it? I think you should tell Ray this guy called you milady. I don't know. See what he'll do. Oh, what? Like we just want him to be jealous? Well, you're kind of cooking with that. Oh my god. Pickle jar, pipe, flip flops, pajamas, exotic wine bottle. Does that fit in here? I really don't want to keep using the extra large boxes because they don't all fit on that truck. Sometimes that's all you got. Pipe? Man, I wish the fedora person at least ordered like a pipe or something with it. Yeesh. Okay, jammas. Wine bottle. Oh, this has to be wrapped. Wrap that thing. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. It's wet and fragile. Write that down. Oh, yeah, looking good. The fuck is Hyrax even? Hyrax? Huh? I don't know what a Hyrax is. None of this says Hyrax. What are you talking about? Oh my goodness, this is such a big order. Go pink for it. Hydrant! Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Fragile sticker on Ray because his heart is so easily breakable. Who hurt him? Is it just like his family? His family doing a life of crime like affected him? Or does he have some past heartbreak incidents as well? Ah, all over my For You page, it looks like an animal. That's the best way to describe it. It's literally just an animal. Mm, you can't be any more specific than that. This is such a cute sweater. I would wear that. I would not wear it with this skirt, but I like the color. I like cable knit sweaters. It's so cozy. Pair beads. Line. And a bonsai. This is a good vibed box. Okay, fragile, wet, and heavy. Fragile, wet, heavy. Perf. Okay. Oh yeah, we got some goods for Ray. It's weird what you can give to Ray. Oh, wait, I just lost my tablet. Like I can I can give him a knife and duct tape and but not a calendar and not money. I could give him a barcode reader. Kind of awesome. Okay, get me out of here. Will this fit? Oh, I don't think it will. Which is so messed up because I tried to use small boxes and it didn't even work. I think he tries real hard to act tough because he's scared of how sensitive he is, you know? That's pretty understandable. Ugh, poor fella. He needs someone to be gentle with his heart. It's an animal. Looks like a big vampire guinea pig. Kind of like a rat, but has no tail. Has little toothers. I don't know. It's a mammal. Hmm. Vampire guinea pig. That is so interesting. I don't think there's any penalty for leaving this game, so maybe I'll take a break to look it up. And then we can also play a daily game. He never seems thankful, but like he always comes back, so you know he is. Oh, yippee! Give him a calendar where his birthday is circled with a sparkly pen and stickers because you care about it, even if he doesn't. It always makes me really kind of sad when people are like, oh, yeah, I don't care about my birthday. Like, it's fine if you don't do anything for your birthday, but if I'm trying to hype you up and tell you happy birthday and you're like, oh man, it's just another day. I'm like, no, no, what do you mean? What do you mean? You need a little sweet treat ASAP. I don't know. There's something about like birthdays specifically that is just like so sad to me. Like when people aren't having a good time. It's the awawawa animal that makes the awawa sound. Okay, hold on. Let me investigate. Let me investigate. Um, hold on. Hold on, where's my Googie Chrome? Okay. Hyrax? Oh, that's hold on. Sorry, Pitbull, one sec. This is, you described this very well. This does look like a vampire guinea pig. Aw! Wait. It's so angry. That's cute. That's that is so cute. That's so cute. Like, I feel bad. I think the poor thing is probably very stressed to be screaming like that, but but it sounds so cute. Investigate? Investigate! Sigh. Yeah, it is so cute. It's so thick and round. Feeding and petting the cutest hyrax. Oh, wow. That is very cute. Yeah, I've never seen one of these before. These do not show up on my For You page, unfortunately. Wow, look at its nose. It's got such a nice... Oh my god, it's bigger than I thought. I thought I thought it would like fit in your hands. Wait, it's so big. Aw, that's so nice. That's so nice. Okay, what about Possum Apple Crunch? Sorry, I'm like content stealing. Credits to Possum Tro ASMR. Plus forensics? It's investigation! Sigh. Listen, we're learning. It's educational up in here. Wow, this is so awesome. Crunch, 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 crunch. Need to be in theater mode for this. Maybe this is a good time for an ad break. maybe we take a little ad break. We look at animals eating, and then we can do some daily games. And when we get bored of that, we can unpack stuff. I think Ray is like a possum. How so? Can you elaborate on that one? Is this what Ray is doing in the alley? That's so awesome. Wait, he's like licking it. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put my cup in the sink. My coffee cup. You guys please enjoy this possum. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Leaving you with no content. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm here, look. Look at this. Shush,
Okay,
shush, shush,
7.
shush. Look at this, look at this. You're
And I
okay.
got a bucket of grapes. I'm going to throw that whole bucket out because
Sorry.
I can't get out
I just clicked on the
the door
first
to do
thing.
the hot dogs.
I
So,
I
this
was
is
not
going to be
expecting
fun, huh?
this. If he is an
Right
animal,
here.
this is who
Here,
he'd
here,
be.
here, here.
He pretends to be dead emotionally when he gets scared of how much he likes you. That's so cute. I didn't know raccoons could eat grapes. Mobbed by raccoons. 25. Tuesday night. 3 November 2020. That's kind of awesome. Is this saying he is getting mobbed by 25 raccoons?
Here. Oh, oh my God, buddy!
Are these uncooked hot dogs? I thought he was doing grapes. What is this Disney princess?
Here.
Wow. Wow, this is sort of awesome. Better than this vape commercial. Oh my god, I'm so sorry you have to watch a vape commercial. Wait, is it for like stopping vape or is it like for vape? That's really surprising if it's like, you should vape. This man is living the dream. All hot dogs are cooked. Well, like not twice cooked. You know, like they still look quite pink.
Just look at them. Okay, I'll just turn this down a bit.
He is living the dream. These are some fat raccoons. This is not the first time he's fed them.
Wait! Oh my God!
Too.
Here. Take
Wait, yo, look at them.
You got that in the mail today. It's crocheted.
Oh my god.
Raccoon hat.
Crocheted raccoon hat. Oh my god, they're eating this up. Here. Oh my god. God, I wish this was me. They're so cute and round. I do not condone this behavior. This is probably really bad for their wildlife. Cause like once this old dude dies, what if these little fat raccoons don't know how to find their own food anymore? You know, that can really damage the ecosystem, so be careful. But it is quite a fun video to watch. Hi, Garrett. Thank you for the care package. Thank you. Also, on the ad break, I reheated some rice. I got rice with scrambled eggs with spinach. Drizzled with a little soy sauce. Kind of elite.
And they're getting whole. There's no halves.
Aw, they're so happy. I had a vape, but right side, I got a Taco Bell chalupa commercial. Oh. Sammy? Wait, he knows their names? He can tell the difference?
Yeah.
That's so lovely. Don't fat shame them. I'm not saying it's a bad thing that they're fat. I'm just saying that they are fat. You're bringing your own negative connotations to the table. You know? If I say they're fat and you think I'm insulting them, then aren't you the one truly being a fat shamer? You can do this too? No, but I wouldn't want to mess up their way of life. Maybe I would. Maybe I would. They are really cute. I don't see a lot of raccoons. I also live on like the 4th floor of an apartment building. So I don't think they'd be able to come to me. I gotta go out on my balcony with some hot dogs and nobody's gonna show up. Wow, this is so cute. Considering this channel is called James Blackwood Raccoon Whisperer, I think that's this guy's whole thing. How many views does this have? This has 1.2 million likes. I'll be one of them. 44 million views from 5 years ago. Wow. They are all plump and round. Oh my god. They're like snarling. Raccoons are starting to evolve and show more and more signs of domestication. It's fine, I condone. Oh, imagine having a little pet raccoon and then you feed it hot dogs. It'd probably be really hard to keep a raccoon out of your trash, though. Surely hungry pigeons would show up for a hot dog? Oh my goodness. That sounds illegal. I don't think pigeons should be allowed to eat hot dogs. Mm. Gotta go back. Have a great rest of Steven Day. Remember to feed a cute raccoon. Aw, goodbye, Shan. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day too. Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm so mesmerized. I'm eating my egg rice and I'm wishing it was a raw hot dog.
I'm coming food now.
Oh, he got something else for them.
You're such a good boy.
You're such a good boy. It is like a fat raccoon.
Bite my finger. Either you do
Oh, I don't think he's a good boy. He bit.
I grab your reap in the bottom. Look. Yes, all
Are these crackers? This looks like an Amazon like parcel.
used to me now. This came in the mail today.
Oh wow, you look great, Grandpa.
Good. It tastes good. You get away.
Oh my god, I think he's giving them a bit too much food. This looks like there's dog kibble and crackers and grapes and hot dogs. Wowee. Oh dear.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh wowie.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
I'll take your
12.
entire sock. Oh, the raccoon hats or the raccoons?
Yeah, 25. We got 25 up here.
What the?
Yeah, that's the most I ever had.
Who's advertising on my VOD channel?
Like 20 years I've been doing this, and most I ever had between 8 and 10 raccoons.
Whatever.
Now people were wondering
It's so
now what's gonna
interesting.
happen next year. Will
And
they
here's
bring all
Foss
the
foraging in the
babies back?
dumpster for food. What does this bear?
They'll move
It's
off
true.
into
I have
other
to eat.
territory.
I have to eat
Then we start
leftovers
getting
while
a
these
whole new group.
raccoons are having a 5-course
Sandy would be
meal.
gone, and Buddy
Oh.
would be gone. Woody would be gone. Yeah, so we start with a whole new group. But see, we had.
What did you guys eat today?
Dropped the kids off and left them.
Did anyone have a raw hot dog pho today?
Well,
The
look
round
at them,
boys.
I mean, they're all well fed. So
They are
anyway,
quite
this is,
round. Hold on, let me
3rd
turn
of
the.
November, so I would say if the weather keeps going the way it is, they're going to be gone.
Let me
Yeah.
turn that.
Grab that bird feeder in, 'cause
Outbreak text off.
I'll grab that bird feeder.
Let's play a daily game.
See,
Let's play
and
Costco. I'm going to Costco later, so I gotta get in the zone. The bone meal of my ops? Can you eat bone meal? I thought that was just for plants and stuff. Mm. I feel like bone meal. Wouldn't it be really sharp? I'd be worried about your ability to digest that safely. Anyway, here's Pitbull again. I actually just woke up, so I didn't eat anything. Oh, that makes sense. You should eat something soon, though. A marinated chicken overnight for curry? Had a bowl of that with garlic naan for lunch. We'll have the rest with rice for dinner. Ooh, that sounds so good. I've had naan, but not garlic. Do you like just put like garlic butter on it? Like garlic bread, but naan? Okay, how much would you pay for Crystal Geyser water assorted flavors? I think it's a 28 pack. I don't buy bottled water. I don't really know how much a pack of normal bottled water is. But this is fancy flavored stuff. Is this like $10? Would you pay $10 for this? Or would you pay more? Share with everyone? Yeah, that's real. Did you bring enough for the whole class? Garlic and rosemary naan is really good. Ooh. Ooh. Rosemary. I got a new daily game for y'all, by the way, but it's a hard one. What is it called? I actually just found a new one as well. It's called Pips. I don't know. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's actually new, but it's new to me. It's like a puzzle game. Have you guys played Pips before? I can show you if you want. Water called me poor. Yo, we don't even know how much it is yet. $8 is the most I would pay. For 28? Okay. Okay. No, Mike, I'm so sorry. I don't know when that happened. I didn't even type it this time. Type it? I didn't even tap it this time. That was like my OBS source. I don't know what that's about. It was like 10 seconds. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Surely that 10 seconds was not important. Thank you for letting me know. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, Kyrie. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm sorry. Sorry your gambling didn't go so well. Oh, okay. It's because it's because I'm typing. It's when I type the decimal point that means my source. I didn't know that. Okay, sorry. 9.99. What? What? Okay. More than 8.99, but less than 9.99. I guess. I guess. Oh, sorry. I guess 9.50. Sigh. 28 pack USD. I'm guessing $36. I don't know how much 8 ounces is though. I don't either. I think that's slightly bigger than a regular bottle of water. $36 is crazy though. You're paying like $1.50 per bottle. 9.49. Yeah, 49 sounds more fancy than 50. They're getting rid of pennies. Oh my god, I was exactly right. They're getting rid of pennies, so I guess all the stuff that's like 49 is gonna just round up to 50. Crazy. You guys hear about that? I heard about that at Dick's Sporting Goods. Found this thing called AO3 Doll. You have to guess which character has more works on AO3. Obviously, there's many. I don't even know, so you just have to guess based on context clues, and it's pretty hard but fun. Let's try it. AO3 Doll. I've seen some people play this for Rule 34. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I've never seen like a safer work version. I don't know what this fire means. This seems I would say these like seem equal in my eyes. Like I feel like more people know about Pikachu, or like maybe Pikachu's a more popular character. But I think it's a lot easier to write for a princess than it is to write for a Pokemon. I'm guessing Pikachu for the Pokemon crossover fix. It's not the website I had, but it's essentially the same, I guess. Wait, is this not right? Like, it's called the same. I don't know. I don't know. I'm at AO3duel.com. You would say Peach has more? The Is this saying how many fix Pikachu has? And so we have to guess if Peach has more than 5,491? That is a pretty big number. Mm. Hmm. Also gotta look at the number. Peach has gotta have more than 5K. Yeah, that does make sense. I'll try Peach. Oh, game over. Oh, I thought it'd be like Scrandle where it's like a lot of them. Is it just one per day? Oh, wait, is it not daily? What is this? Tam right again. I'm sorry, Tam. I should have believed you. I don't know. It felt very even for me. I didn't actually see what the number was. Was it pretty close? I know what fanfic do you even write about a Pikachu? I guess I'm thinking maybe it's like a romantic like ship thing. But I guess just going on an adventure, like that's still a fanfic. I gotta think of this in less of a romantic sense. Their website has a daily mode that gives you 10 and a normal mode. Wait, I want a 10. Let me go there. Well, let me do this one and then we'll go there. Wonder Woman or Mina Ashido? I genuinely don't know. I feel like My Hero Academia is quite a big fan fiction farm. I don't know if Peach didn't have 5K. I don't know if she would though. Is she a very popular character? I watched a bit of My Hero and I feel like she was just kind of in the background. If I learned one thing on AO3 though, it's that MHA is always crazy numbers. They're writing like there's no tomorrow. Yeah! Shrimp! Yeah! Thank you so much for the 5 month sub. That's so sweet of you. Aw, I'm so happy. This is so poggers. So, do we think Mina? I feel like Wonder Woman's like a main baddie, and this is just a side baddie. Mina has acid touch, so it's like you can't touch her, which makes her interesting for people, I guess. Oh, that makes sense. Also, is this when it says more fan fiction works? Is it just like she's tagged in it? Like, could it be a Baku Deku ship fanfiction and then she just happens to be in the background? Oh, sorry, thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, that's so sweet of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wonder Woman got decades on Mina, but it's anime fanfic writers versus comic fanfic writers. Are people writing a lot of DC fanfics on AO3? Do you guys like AO3 or Wattpad better? Can we get a poll going? I just I just want to see something. Where do you guys read your fanfics? Wonder Woman has existed longer? They might tag Wonder Woman by her real name. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I don't really know how they're getting this data. Never thought I'd hear Fase, but Bakudeku? Why did you censor it? Have you guys seen the little TikTok that's like Bakudeku slime, Bakudeku slime? my friend my friend eats that up. She says that all the time. I've never seen the actual TikTok, but she says it so much that I feel like I have. Pull up. Oh, thank you. Fanfiction.net. Tam, is that even real? There's a ton of Marvel, but a bit less DC. It's called Shifts because it's relationships. What did you think it was for, Goober? Also, I just want to point out my head's in the way, but this says Giga Chad on Valentine's Day said Giga Caterpillar, and caterpillar is spelled wrong. I'm gonna like it. Okay, I'm guessing Mina. Sheath! the? That was some crazy numbers. That was not even close a little bit. Okay, anyways. Is this? Can I get a suspicious link in chat? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where the real one is if that one's not it. I watched the dude who made that audio for a while. Oh, sheesh. Sensei, that's just the shortened way to spell the ship name. Oh, sorry. I'm not a big Bakudeku enjoyer. I'm a Todoroki enjoyer. I like Todoroki and Deku better. I used to post on FF.net. Really? What was your magnum opus? I'm trying to think. I think I prefer AO3 as well. But sometimes you want something so specific that you have to go to like multiple websites and just browse around. Can I send the link I have it? Yeah. Yeah, get me in there. I hope this just like puts my IP address like in big bold letters. Okay, I don't need to read the rules. Alphonse, sheesh. Torino, Sorahiko, Gran Torino. Okay, well we just learned that My Hero has a lot more always. But I've never even seen this character before. Is that real? I don't like any My Hero Academia ships, CPH. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. You better watch your mouth. I've been around the trenches of the MHA fandom for far longer than me. Yeah. I mean, I believe you. I watched like 2 seasons of it and I was never part of the fandom. I just I just really like I just really like Todoroki. He's my favorite. He has jet feet. Oh. This was reminding me of a Ritz cracker, but I'm glad to know it's a jet. Not always, but many times. How are they calculating it? Like it has to be the main characters, or if it's like we're partying at Jackson Wang's house, would Jackson Wang be like tagged? It's gotta be Alphonse, right? He's like he's so classic. Ever heard of Gran Torino? No. It's been a while. It's been a while since I consumed My Hero Academia. Alphonse the Goodest Good Boy, I like him quite a lot. I have a shirt of him. It's like his little blueprints. Didn't really like the MHA series. I liked MHA Vigilantes a lot more. That makes sense. That makes sense. I cannot comment on this because I already did mine today. Hee hee hee. Thank you. Thank you for your thank you for holding back. Does look like he glued a cracker to his foot. That's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna say Alphonse. I just like him better. Oh yeah. A landslide. Luke Hemmings. This is a real for real person. Um has anybody heard of Joe Hills before? I don't really know who that is. I watched 4 seasons of MHA to decide it was never gonna get good. That's kind of how I felt. I thought the overarching plot was really nice, but I don't know. It felt like they were. It felt very like repetitive, and I didn't. The characters didn't seem that interesting to me. I wasn't really rooting for them that hard. Yes, Joe Hills. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Today's is hard. I won't spoil it, of course. Oh my goodness, hi Crypt. Oh yeah, you always do the daily games, don't you, Crypt? Ugh. We got a professional in the chat. If something is 20 years old or more, it can be considered vintage. Following that logic, a lot of people, and possibly Frost, are vintage. Yeah, I'm like 80. I'm like 80. I've been vintage for a while. I was in the Hermitcraft trenches, guys. Is he niche? Are they niche? I don't know. I'm gonna say Luke Hemmings because I feel like boy bands always have a lot of fanfics. Oh my god! Sheesh! Sorry. I don't really know much about the Homelander. I know what I want the answer to be. I know what I want the answer to be. I don't know if that's real though. I feel like Danganronpa is decently popular though. I feel like I've heard of the Homelander, but not that much about it. 80 and still short. SMH jeans L. Bro, I'm 8 feet tall, bro. This feels like it wants us to pick two of the whoever's and Smosh or something. Yeah, I low-key don't be knowing real people that much. I wonder why Aphex recommended this? I forgot he was here today. This is perfect. I think you're gonna do better than I am today. Really? This is my first time trying. I'm sorry I planned this. Did you linked this website just because you wanted Homelander propaganda, huh? Hold on, I gotta add this website to my dailies folder. I don't forget about it. Um, I don't really know what's more popular. I will say, I think of all the Danganronpa characters, I feel like Kazuichi is probably not getting written about that much. So maybe I'll do Mr. John. Oh my god. I'm fumbling! Oh, there's 5,000 of Kazuichi? Wow, if you've ever read a Kazuichi fanfic on AO3, please send it to me. Jill Hills is one of the smaller hermits, I think? A hermit? What even is a hermit? Soda's shaken up over this? No! Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Listen, I just assumed I was incredibly biased. You know, because I'm not picking my favorites. I'm trying to think of what the people would be writing about. And I guess I'm just simply wrong. 8 feet is hella a lot of feet. Shoes must be hell. Doc. Doc. If you don't straighten up, I'm gonna make a bald joke. I don't really know who Kate Kane or Nuggetsune. Nuggetsoon? I don't really know who these people are. But I feel like the fact that this person has a picture and this person doesn't, I feel like that means that this Kate person is probably a bit more niche. So I'll do this pretty fella. Ah! Okay, whatever. Shit! Sorry. I like this character. Members of the Hermit Crest server are hermits. Oh. Who's the most popular hermit? I've never even heard of this. I really forgot that Soda's here, but I'm so happy he is. God, I love that guy. Unfortunately for Faust, her taste was more impeccable than her faith in her taste. That is really real. I did not have a lot of faith in my taste. Well, like, I'm personally confident in my own taste, and I don't feel like I have to justify it, but I feel like people do not be understanding my taste. Go make the ball joke. Okay, well, if you tell me to do it, that makes me not wanna. I have logic for this? For the previous one? What is the logic? I don't know what any of this is. I have heard of Teen Wolf, but like I'm just not familiar with Nuggetsune. Oh wait, I thought it was the Bungo Stray Dogs guy. What? I don't know what's happening. Okay, Elena Gilbert, The Vampire Diaries. Wait, Zeepak Panish actor. Is this a K-drama actor? Man, I have really no idea. I know a lot of people like The Vampire Diaries, but I don't know if this is a main character or not. And I know people really like K-drama. This is not even K. I don't know what ethnicity this fellow is. I've never seen them before. People do be writing a lot of fan fictions about celebrities, though. 2 fumbles already. Twin locked you up in, bro. I'm locking. Looking at the subs, and I think I'm right. Mumbo is at almost 10 mil. Brian at almost 9 mil. Followed by Eto and Scar and the like. We have to get fast in the Hermitcraft. I've never watched anyone play Minecraft, to be honest with you. Vampire Diaries is this Indian actor. I'm trying to look at this language. I'm not super familiar with it. But it looks like a heartthrob. Looks like a heartthrob. But is Elena Gilbert... Is this like the main character? I don't know. I'm also not sure of the like country distribution of AO3. Maybe it's Thai. Like is AO3 in Thailand? Cuz like I feel like that would make a difference. I'd have to imagine it's global, but like maybe people like in China have their own fanfic websites. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't have all the data points for that one. I know the Teen Wolf guy is named Styles, I think. So the fact that he has another weird name and looks like that in the pic makes me think it's like a dark, messed up version of Styles. So that made me think it's less. Oh, that makes sense. I'm just not familiar with the media. Lena's the MC. Vietnamese. If this is the MC, I'm gonna guess her tentatively. Oh, yeah. Other Bangtan boys? Well, obviously, BTS has 1 billion fanfics. But the fact that it says other, I don't really know what that means. Like, this is a picture of all of them. But why does it say other? And what, is this Bakugo's mom? Other is so weird. Like, if this is just BTS, it would be this by, like, 1 billion. But I don't know what other means. Watching 30 to 40-year-old men slash women slash Cleo play Minecraft is really fun. Aw, that does sound kind of fun. I don't know, I haven't consumed a lot of Let's Play content. The only time I really watch people play games is like on live streams. I don't know. Because mom is tough competition. Sometimes they have these weird group tags. Like I guess the tag they tag the ship and then add that tag because the others are also in the story. I'm gonna do this one because I feel like that's too specific. Yeah, that's still a lot. Oh my god. Shingsho from Genshin. Or Nino from Miraculous. I never watched Miraculous. Miraculous. Do you guys ever watch Miraculous? I've seen a lot of fanfics for Chat Noir. I don't know who that is. It's gotta be Shingsho. I know I know people are shipping him with Shang Yun and writing about it. Oh my god, never mind. Whatever. Whatever, it's fine. Kazuha? Man, I like Kazuha better. But I don't really know much about this one. I think Holly literally cosplayed this person, so maybe they're really super popular. I've read so many Genshin fanfictions. I thought they were more popular, but maybe that's just like what I was looking up. The Virgil Thirsters or something else? Virgil probably? Okay, I trust it. They they do have a big sword. Guys, you're letting me down! Just kidding. Oh, that's rough. That's rough. Why did Shingsho only have like 7,000? But then Kazuha had over double that. I mean, I know Kazuha is like a more popular character. You know, he's a 5-star. And wait, where is he? Whatever. I know he's a 5-star and Shingsho's only a 4-star, but he gets shipped quite a lot. I thought there would be more. No. I want a big sword. Sadly, I do not have the space for it. What do you mean you don't have the space for it? You gotta put it on your wall. Surely you have room on your wall somewhere. Or you could like dangle it from the ceiling. I'm sure you could make space. If there's a will, there's a way. The way with Virgil fanfics, clearly. Clearly. It was kind of close though. Tag out for like 3 minutes. Nice score, bro. Hey! My first time. It's my first time. Be nice to me. Only got a 4 out of 10, but at least Kazuichi Soda got the W. That's true. Kazuichi and Kazuha winning, that's a win in my heart. That's a win in my heart. Let's play Scrandle. Oh, sorry, Scrandle 2. I love Scrandle. I think I always take too long on Scrandle. I'll try to not take 20 minutes on this one. I have a lot of posters and stuff on my ceiling. Really? Wait, what's on your ceiling? Do you have like the leaves and stuff? Like the ivy stuff? I love when people have ivy on their ceiling. I've never had anything on my ceiling. Well, that's not true. I've had the little sticky glow stars on my ceiling for a long time. But since moving, I do not have them anymore. Oh, pride flags! Yo! Ah, flags on the ceiling is so awesome. Battle of the Kazus. Okay, would you rather have a chicken burger for $8 with suspicious, like, cold cheese that is not melted even a little bit and is kind of like peeling up, and also the chicken is like 1/3 of the size of the bun? Or would you rather have a cup of pigs in blankets for $4? That's truly a tough one, huh? Pigs in blankets goes crazy. And there's like honey glazed. I Is this sausage with bacon wrapped around it? I always called pigs in blanket when you have sausage with a pancake wrapped around it. I've never seen it with bacon. Like, what kind of blanket is this? I thought the blanket was always a pancake. Sticky glow stars are so base. I know! I want to get more. They're so cute. My ceilings here are a bit taller, though. Yeah, I'm living life in the big city. I got vaulted ceilings, so I do own a step stool, but I think even with the step stool, it would be kind of difficult for me to put glow stars up, which is so sad. I quite like them. Burger makes me feel threatened. Sausage and bacon. Yeah, we call this pigs in blankets. Huh. Oh, this was just data collecting. That wasn't even part of the game. Okay, well, we contributed. Huh. Do you guys have sausage with pancakes? Or do you just not have that? I got short ceilings. At least you can put stuff on there. You ever like jump on your bed and then bonk your head? Sorry. You don't have to answer that if you don't want to. Step stool. Yeah, like some of the cabinets in my kitchen are a bit tall. Like where I keep my spices, I can't reach it with just my arms. Alright, would you rather have the spicy dog for 4.50? There's no information about it, but it looks like you got some jalapenos, maybe some crispy onions, ketchup, mustard, and I don't know what this is. Maybe this is also onions. Maybe there's bacon bits. I don't know. Pretty loaded up. Or pie and mash for an unknown price. We don't know how much it is. Kind of can hardly see the mash. The pie looks kind of green tinted. What a tough one. Spicy dog looks good, TBH. I don't really. I'm not a big hot dog enjoyer, but I'm even less of a loaded hot dog enjoyer. I wouldn't eat this, but I see the appeal. Oh, yeah. What's the name of that website? Oh, this one? This is scrandle.com. I'll spell it for you. Like scrand, like stadium food. Okay, would you rather have fish sandwich for $3? It has like the scales on it. I'm not sure what kind of fish it is, but it looks like there's some lettuce and it's in a bun with onions. It's German. I don't know. Are you supposed to eat fish scales? I don't know if I would. I don't really want any of this. Or would you rather have a cheese dog for 7.50? The cheese is it is like shredded cheese and it's not melted. And it looks very dry and sad and straight. This looks like something you get sent on Kick. Like unprompted. Sorry. Um yeah, 7.50 is crazy. I guess I guess it's got to be the fish sandwich, right? But I still wouldn't really eat that. Big fan of pie and mash, but not this one. Some people eat hot dogs for the shape. I am people for the shape. That's like really gross. Yeah, I think I would just not eat if those were my options. I'd break my bed if I jumped on it. That's so sad. Sigh. Well, whenever you're in the market for a different bed, you should jump on this one. Nothing here looks cooked. Yeah. This is like a little better at least. We got bratwurst and beer for 11.50. It looks like it comes with a piece of bread. I don't know if that's meant to be the bun or if you just like eat that like at the end of your meal. And then we also have Thai yellow curry for 5.80. I'm not really sure what yellow curry is. Looks like there's some chickpeas. And I don't know what else. Hmm. It's gonna be the bratwurst and beer, right? I feel like usually when something comes with a drink, people are more inclined to pick it. Guessing bratwurst. British people don't know what chickpeas are. Are you saying like they wouldn't choose this because they don't know what chickpeas are? They're like, ugh, gross. And then click on this? Or are you saying that like it's not cooked properly because British people don't know how? Either way, I believe you. Oh, no! Oh, that's also what I would have guessed. That's okay. Who put sweet corn in my curry? Oh, maybe I'm a freak, but I feel like that doesn't sound bad. Corn in your curry? I would try that. Finally, some good options. Pulled pork sandwich with spicy sauce, potato salad, and soda for 9.50. I'm not sure what type of soda it is, but that does look good. Or Bombay sandwich, which is balti pie and a samosa with mint and chili sauce for $5. This feels like a bit too much bread. Like, why did you put the samosa on top of the pie and then put it in a bun? Because, like, the pie already has its crust. And then the samosa is, like, more crust. And then we put bread on it. I feel like they should have just had a a balti pie and a samosa and those be, like, just 2 parts of the meal. But hey, who am I to judge? Um, I don't know what a balti pie is. I feel like the sauce makes this look prettier. And it is cheaper. This comes with a soda, though. And potato salad. I don't know why they're not pictured. Also, is this just like a piece of garlic or an onion? This looks like some sort of vegetable just on the plate. Is that real? What is that? As iconic as a pie on a sandwich is, I don't feel like it's beating pulled pork. You don't think so? That's a finger? Oh! Oh, like the thumb holding the thing. I just saw this little thing and I thought this was like a little stem and then like a bulbous thing. Photographer's nose. You. Okay, we're chesting in pulled pork. Oh yeah, okay. Pulled pork is pretty iconic. Okay, pizza for 6.50. I will say this doesn't look super good. It looks kind of microwave coated. A ham and cheese panini with 2 beers for 13.10. It's gotta be this, right? I mean, 2 beers and a thing for $13? I don't know what's wrong with fingers. Um, I don't know. Best not to think about it, probably. Okay, well, if there's 2 beers, yeah, I think 2 beers has to win. As a non-pizza eater, this is the most appetizing looking pizza I've ever seen. Really? I don't know. I don't really like seeing all the grease from the cheese. And the cheese kind of still looks separated. Like it didn't melt together all nicely. Like you can still see like I don't know. I don't know. Dare I say you're weird for that? Ah! No way. No way. That had 2 beers. Whatever. I guess there's more affixes out there. The pepperoni looks like not real pepperoni. Yeah, I think I prefer. Oh, I can't go back. I think I prefer when the pepperoni is like curled up a little bit. Like I like it to be crispy. And it just kind of looked flat and weird. It just looks like a cartoon pizza. You think the most appetizing pizza you ever seen would be a cartoon pizza? That's so funny. All right, we have burger for 4.20 and it is just a patty and a bun. With nothing else. Or we have cheeseburger for the same price and this time you get a slice of cheese. But it is 2 different colors. Would you rather have burger with cheese, but it looks foul, or burger with no cheese? I guess this is a question of how important cheese is to you. A stoner cartoon character from the 90s should be having the nastiest cheese pull with this one. Yeah, but I don't know. To me, that has like cheap, bland vibes. I don't know. Right, burger's still frozen. Yeah. Cheese is extremely important. I mean, they are the same price. Are you saying you'd rather have this? This looks like Tam said, like either it is still frozen or like I don't know, like diseased. This is so unfortunate. Starting a GoFundMe for you. we got, we got to get Apex some pizza. You'll never feed me a pizza? All the money in the world couldn't make me? Oh. Is it that you don't like cheese? Or what part of a pizza is upsetting to you? Pizza never looks as good as it does on the Ninja Turtles? Oh. Well, when you put it that way, that makes sense. I'm gonna say this one. Yeah, that's rough. It's plastic cheese though, which I utterly dislike, but oh well. Really? I'm gonna be honest, I pegged you as someone who would be crazy for plastic cheese. 2 different flavors? Ugh. Ugh. Like a marble. You guys ever have marble cake where it's like vanilla and chocolate like in the same cake? They did that with a burger. It's like half undercooked turkey burger. It's the sauce? Oh, okay. They they make they make pizza where instead of marinara sauce, there's like barbecue sauce. Like I've had barbecue chicken pizza before, where the sauce is barbecue sauce and then there's like grilled chicken on top. It's pretty good. Doc, you would eat the you would eat the container. It's crazy. I believe it. All right, we got sausage and bread for 3.30. I don't know what this is. It's so weird to me that they didn't like. Are you supposed to eat this bread separately? The fact that there's salt, like a condiment on it, makes me feel like you're supposed to eat it like this is the bun. But why would they put it on the side like that? Weird. Or the Jockey Whopper. 3 burgers, 3 bacon, 3 cheese, and 2 sausages. I don't even think you could get your mouth around that. Barbecue sauce also has tomatoes? Oh. Wait, it does? I did not even know that. Okay, okay. Grill, no. We have actual good cheese here. I don't even do plastic cheese on my burgers. I use normal actual cheddar. Well, I'm not saying that you would choose plastic cheese over other cheeses. I just feel like you kind of have that Billy Goat vibe where you're like, yeah, yeah, I'll eat it if you put it in front of me. You know? The sausage looks good, but why is it plain red and 2 strange dollops? Bite sausage, then bite bread? They could have at least spread the dollops. You're gonna have like plain bites of just bread, and then you're just gonna have a mouthful of cream. I don't know. It's gotta be the Jockey Whopper. But something about this description reads like that TikTok where it's like, shoot, I don't remember how it goes. It's like 55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 milkshakes. You guys know what I'm talking about? That's kind of what this is giving. Okay, we got chicken curry and chips for 4.50. The chips or like French fries look so undercooked and soggy, but the chicken curry looks nice. Or a brisket sandwich for 6.80 with an onion on it. Just a circle onion slice. It's probably the brisket sandwich, right? I think I would like this more if the fries looked properly cooked. Eat plastic? Yeah, fine, no worries. Daily thing. Plastic cheese? Only the wrapper. Oh, let me write that down. It's interesting doc lore. When I visited the US, the first time I saw a block of Velveeta was scarier than the first time I got shy. That's so funny. My mama used to make Velveeta mac and cheese. And you know, say what you want about Velveeta. I know it's not real. I know it's like horrible for you and probably just a block of goop, but it wasn't that bad. It really just wasn't that bad. That curry has been wrecked. The chicken fibers are disintegrating? Oh, I didn't think about that. I never had curry with chicken in it. I've only had plain curry, and only recently. Somebody told me that they like curry. Maybe it was Hero Hum. I don't know. One of my chatters said something about curry, and I was like, okay, I'll try it. And I got it from Trader Joe's, and it was nice. They both look kind of good. They're definitely in the same like family. Like they sit next to each other at the same table. Just like some pulled meat and some sauce. I don't know what would be more desirable though. Maybe brisket sandwich because it's like an entree. I like the single onion ring that looks like a halo angel burger. I hate onions. Ah, no, I'm flopping. Okay, bao buns, no price data. That's unfortunate. I don't know how that affects people's ratings, but this looks really good. This looks so fresh. Wow, yummy. Or Sunday roast and a Yorkshire pudding for 8.50. Okay, I think this looks foul and gray and mushy and like a toddler threw it up. But I know I'm also very biased against meat pies, so I don't know. Does this look good to you guys? I think this looks way better. Look at the sesame seeds. Ugh, I love sesame seeds. Sunday roast is king? Is this a safe space to say I hate bao? Something about the texture freaks me out. I've never had like a bao bun before. I feel like I would like it though. Like nothing looks bad. Like it looks quite nice. It's just not very common where I am. It's a terrible picture. Yorkshire pudding is yummy. Okay, it does look like it's swimming in some grease. I wish I had a price for the bao buns. I feel like that would maybe make a difference. This looks like it's quite large for 850 though. Maybe, maybe we'll go with this one. No! I was hoping. I was hoping I was just biased against it. Okay, another sausage and bread. Is that like a common thing to get at stadiums? Like it's not on a bun, you just get a slice of bread? This literally looks like the bottom of a bun. Why don't you guys... What? What is this? What is SVK? So, 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 there's no flag. I don't know what country this is. Do they not have like hot dog buns? Weird. And it's the same condiment. The weird dollop stuff again. Okay, but anyway, that's 380. Or pulled pork and cheesy nachos. No price data. I would way rather have this. I would way rather have this. Thank goodness. Slovakia. Oh. They need to get hot dog buns. Tried Bella a few times. Feels like a sponge that's alive. Really? I thought it would just be like fluffy bread. That makes me want to try it. I want to eat a sponge that's alive. It's like a savory pancake with a crispy outside shaped like a bowl. I've never had a savory pancake. Oops, that's not what I meant to click on. Teehee. Um, 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 um. I kind of want to try Pips. New York Times. Pips. My friend showed me this one. You gotta place the dominoes in the right spots. I didn't know you select a thing. I guess I'm a pretty medium. I'm a medium type of fella. I only played this once. Okay, you gotta make the dominoes fit the conditions. Skip tutorial. Okay. Okay, so this has to equal 10, this has to equal 10, this has to equal 10. This one has to be bigger than 0. And this one has to be bigger than 10. This one equals 10. So we can just set it here for today. But I feel like they want to be split. Maybe like this. And then a 4. I don't know what like the best strategy for this game is. But yeah, this is 10. This is 10. Oh, this one's greater than 10, so that one has to be 6. This has to equal 10. 5. Oh, it can't be like this. Because with the remaining ones, it can't equal 10. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. We just clear. Well, maybe it doesn't have to be split. Maybe just put that little guy there. Well, no, it has to be split because if this was like this, well, maybe it's there. No, it absolutely has to be split because there's not another one that's exactly 10 to go there. And it couldn't be like this because there's not, you can't have half a domino. So let's split it like that. 5. Like this. So that's 10 and that's 10. This one has to be more than 10. So this one has to be 5 or 6. Okay, wait. 4, 8. Oh my god, and then that's bigger than 0. Yippee! I should have done the hard one. Maybe we do hard instead. Okay. Okay. Maybe we don't do the hard one. You know, we used our brain enough. You guys want to do Bandle? I like this song. Okay. Listen up, little bandlers. Hold on. Okay, this one was released in 2021. Okay, pretty recent. It has 725 million YouTube views. And it's difficult. All right, listening ears on. Are you listening? I don't remember anything that came out in 2021. I know it's not, but it reminds me of Party Rock Anthem. Kinda awesome. Have you heard this song before? I don't think I have. A very simple beat. I'm hearing Bloodhound Gang, but it can't be that. I've never even heard of Bloodhound Gang. Why can't it be that? Was that earlier than 2021? I feel like there's probably a lot more going on in the song, and that's just like in the background. Just gonna throw out Side Gentleman for a guess. I'll take it. Oops. Oh, they don't even have Gentleman. Is that not older? When did Gangnam Style come out? When did Gangnam Style come out? 2012! When did Gentleman come out? Oh, this is a movie. And that one was 2013. Whatever. I'll guess Gangnam Style. I got nothing better. Okay, synth one. Oh. Ooh. Oh, never mind. I thought I had something and then it got funkier. Ooh, That sure is something. Feels vaguely familiar. This part where it's like bam, bam. I feel like I've heard it, but then like the beat drops and I'm like, huh. This? I don't know what that is. What are you waiting back? Oh my god. Yeah. Hey Fix, have you heard this song before? Feeling like I'm gonna guess Gangnam Style again. Surely it'll be right the second time. Yeah, nothing. Ed Sheeran Bad Habits? Is that the one where it's like, my bad habits lead to you? Bam, 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 bam. For some reason, like I can imagine him singing it, but I cannot remember what the background is. Maybe you're cooking? Oops. Bad habits. Shit! Yo! That's so good. Wait, I need to hear voice cover. Oh yeah, I would not have got that. Shit! I guess when I listen to this song, I do not think about the background. That was so impressive. Great job, Tam. Great job, great job. What else can we do? Turn this back on. Wait, I want to listen. I want to listen to bad habits. I don't really listen to Sharon, but he's one of those ones you hear anyway. Yeah. I feel like you gotta listen to him against your will. Maybe not as much anymore. I don't know. I feel like I used to be so like on my way to school before I had Spotify, I'd like listen to the radio. And I was just so aware of like new music and popular music. But now that I have Spotify, well, first of all, I don't really listen to that much music anyway. But when I do, I'm just listening to my own playlists, you know? So like if you said like what's the most popular song right now, I don't think I could tell you. I guess you find stuff through TikTok sometimes. I don't know why, but it reminded me of Meet Me Halfway. That's a song I like way more. Remember, I loved his first album in high school. Then when the newer ones came out, I was like, he really sold out. Oh, you're so valid for that. Hold on, I feel like with the chat and the honeycombs being over here, my stream looks uneven. Put the honeycombs over here. Huh? Wait, take me to the game. Where am I? It is. Okay, play game. I bought CDs 4 years ago that I still haven't listened to. Not been much of a music enjoyer for a while. Yeah, I really only listen to music if I'm working out because it's like it distracts me pretty good. Or if I'm doing something like with friends. It's like, oh yeah, let's listen to music together while we do our stuff. Because it's more of a bonding activity than it is like me wanting to listen to music, you know? Laugh lines about fashion and art, I got you. Alright. Enhance. Man, I wish I like made the image bigger instead of just this just makes the white bigger. But anyway, Donna Karen's nightmare. JK and J. I hmm. Okay, I don't know who Donna Karen is. I've seen I've seen this band before though. Oh wait, sorry. Here's our baseline. Our baseline is 1977 and it's what I assume is Mickey Mouse wearing some nice swag prints. And then there's a cat looking at him. I don't know what it means, but this is just kind of a funny image. I feel like this face it would be a good like emote. Kind of a nice side eye. Well, this has to be later than 1977, right? Isn't this more of a recent brand? Maybe. This daily games thingy seems like a fun little thing to do. Is there a list of all the names so I can save them? Um, I'm sure there is. I just have a bookmarks folder. If you go to my Discord server, it's not updated, but one of my mods, the very first pin message in general chat is a list of daily games. But it's not updated. I don't know if it has Scrandle or laugh lines on it. I can make one. I can make a list if you would like, if that would be helpful. Guessing this one is late 90s to early 2000s. Is the height of Donna Karen being popular? Who is Donna Karen? Confirm. Ooh, 93. Yo. You kind of ate with the 90s thing. I thought that would have been 2000s for sure. New Jersey? I know it's not this Don or Karen. Yeah, I don't either. I don't know anybody named Donna. The design for this dress was wired from Paris to London and then radioed here. Okay, that's like really radioed and wired. Surely that's earlier than the 70s, right? It just looks old. I don't know when it would be from. Is it 60s? The joke is that her brand is DKNY, but the New York is changed to New Jersey. Oh. Oh. Haha, that's funny. Haha, that's funny. I wouldn't have got that. 1930s! Oh. Sheesh! Wait, you were spot on. Okay, what about these guys? Admit it. You're curious what a Snuggie feels like. Oh, when did Snuggies come out? Was that a 90s thing? Or was that early 2000s? I feel like I remember seeing ads to them when I was little. Surely it's later than 93, right? Snuggies are 2000s plus? 2000s? Okay. 2012, let's go! This art style is cute. I wouldn't know unless that Nehru's out and Gandhi's in. Is that Nehru's out and Gandhi's in? I'm afraid I don't really know what that means. The art style looks old, but I don't know how old. Is this 80s? Uh, hmm. Uh, don't get this one either. Maybe it's when Gandhi was alive? Not sure when that is, TBH. Oh, I'm not sure either. It could be either side of the 77 pick. Oh, man. Um, well, the people are wearing hats. I feel like people wear hats like all before the 70s, but I don't know. You said between 77 and 93? Like an 80s moment? Is that to say about the hats looks like before? And people didn't really wear hats in the 80s like that, did they? But I guess if you're like a cartoonist, sometimes you just put stuff for character design. I really don't know. I think the hats is a tell. Okay, I'll go before 77. Oh, 68. Okay, okay. Slaying. Oh, wow. This looks like very modern. You must take this infinity scarf to Mordor and destroy it before 2010's fashion comes back in full swing. Okay, well, if it says 2010's fashion comes back, it's gotta be like a few years ago. I'll defer pre 77. Well, gee. Well, gee. I wonder when this could be. It's really anyone's guess. 2024. Oh my god, it was 2 years ago. I really do not like this. Oh, sorry. I'm in the way. I really don't like this art style too much. I don't know. I have a few board games and like card games that like this art style. And I don't know, something on the faces is unsettling to me. It's very line art with not a lot of detail. Not my favorite. Adventure Time art style. No, Adventure Time. No. I like Adventure Time art style. I think I think that looks good. But these eyes look gross. The weird little tiny pupils with big scleras. Do not disrespect Adventure Time. Fedora is not this again. I'm the Raider Fedora on the extreme left. Raider Fedora? Shoot, I don't know what that means. She looks a little older. I feel like fedoras being a meme was like more recent, but maybe it's always been a meme. I don't know. Is this a 90s like little head wrap? Might be dumb, but is this about Indiana Jones? I don't know. Does he wear a fedora? Raiders of the Lost Ark? Does he wear a fedora? That's unfortunate. Extreme left? You think that's a sign? We put this on the extreme left. Just kidding. He does, I think? I thought he had like a adventure-y hat. It's like a joke about fedora wearers being liberal. Oh, maybe it is. I thought it was a joke about like everybody at this function had a Raider fedora, and so he had to specify that his was like on the left. The her makeup, like really dark eyeshadow with like her hair up like that. I don't. I feel like. And then is this an ashtray? I feel like this is like a little bit older, but if it's like an extreme leftist joke, I feel like that would be more recent. What do you think, like here? I was thinking like here. Don't know. Fedora saying jokes is like 2010s ish. Like here. She just looks so old. I don't know though. If it is Indiana Jones, then 80s. Oh wait, I can scroll? I didn't even know that. That would have been nice to know. Got some hats up here. Something about this person's character design is reminding me of Dilbert. When is Dilbert? Is Dilbert 80s? Hmm. Hmm. The style is also giving 80s to me. Dilbert. Oh, Dilbert is the 80s. Well, 89. So I'll put it there. Shit! Oh my god, we got perfect. Shit! We're so freaking good at this game. I could see Apex being right too. It's a hard tell. Yeah, if it wasn't a joke about it being like Fedora's being a joke and like extreme leftism, like I don't really get it. I don't really I don't really get it at all, but we kind of eat that up, huh? We kind of eat that up. Okay, maybe one more daily game, and then maybe a few more days of ah, sorry, a few more days of packing, and then I go to Costco, and I buy a 28 pack of water for 9.49. You guys know for captchas, if you wiggle your mouse a bit and then do it, you usually won't have to play the weird little captcha game. Cause I guess bots don't wiggle their mouse as much. Okay. Be quiet, Moon 5, we're listening.
Propaganda. A noun meaning a congregation of the
Prop
Roman Curia having jurisdiction over
propaganda.
missionary territories and related institutions.
Let me get a
The word originates
propaganda
from New
of
Latin for an
never mind.
organization founded by Pope Gregory IV. Propaganda. A noun
Oh
meaning
my god, stop. I searched Trader Fedoras and all the results were about Indiana Jones. Brain rot wins again. I thought he wore like an adventure hat. Indiana Jones. Is this a fedora? Is this a fedora? I guess it is a fedora. In my head, a fedora's brim isn't that big. Maybe it's because the only fedora wearer I know is my uncle, and his is like very short rimmed. Mm, unlucky day to be Indiana Jones. Yippee! Proper candor. Sigh. It's very much a fedora. It's just Harrison Ford, so he looks good in anything. It's unlucky. Unlucky. Poor fedora. Oh, wowie. Thank you for that.
Causal. A adjective.
Cause. Causal?
Causal. A adjective meaning expressing or indicating cause. Causative. Causal is derived from the Latin words causa, meaning cause, and alis.
I never heard of causal.
Causal. A adjective
Hmm.
meaning expressing or indicating cause. Causative.
I feel like causative would be ATIV, so causal is probably AL. Wow! Kaya, thank you so much for 11 months. Oh my god! Wow, that's so sweet of you. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, we're almost to a whole year. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're so sweet. And thank you for the care package, Carrot. The carrot package. Thank you so much.
Zither. A noun
What?
meaning a stringed instrument having usually 30 to 40 strings over a shallow horizontal soundboard and played with pick and
Yo!
fingers.
Thanks, I guess. Okay, thanks, I guess. Zither? 30 strings?
Zither. A noun meaning a stringed instrument having usually 30 to 40 strings over.
How could you even play 30 strings? Surely it's spelled like that. God, I'm so good at English.
Yammer. A verb meaning to utter
Yammer.
repeated
That's
cries
me.
of
That's
distress
me.
or
I'm
sorrow.
yammering. Wow. Okay, now I feel like you're just flexing your points. Oh my god, yammer. Raise your hand if you like to yammer.
Bias.
My hand is up. Oh my god, bias. That's me. Sheesh. Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. I can spell words.
Impetus.
Impetus. I say this word all the time. I don't think I spell it that much. Someone will be arguing with me and I'll be like, what's the impetus of your argument? But empatia. That does not look right. I love being biased.
Impetus. A noun meaning a
Impetus?
driving force. Impulse.
Imp? I thought it was
Impetus.
impetus. Like,
Impetus.
oh, I guess.
Impetus. Impetus. A noun meaning a driving force. Impulse. Assault originates from Latin impetus, meaning to attack, derived from in and pedere, to seek.
Impedere? Is it really impetus like that? I always say like impetus. Isn't that what you say when a donkey walks away? Bias. What? Isn't that what you say when a donkey walks away? Bias. What? I don't think I get it at all. I love being biased.
Impetus. A noun meaning a driving
Impetus?
force. Impulse. Assault originates from Latin impetus, meaning to
Is Tam correct?
impetus.
I always thought it was impetus. Like imp with an E. I'm ruined! Bias? Bias. Oh. Ugh, Kaya. Ugh.
Piety. A noun meaning the quality or state of being
Piety?
pious, such as piete is from Latin pieta. Piety.
Pi. Pious is spelled like that, right? Like piety? I always thought it was piety.
Piety.
Like
Piety. Piety.
piety. She's not saying these the way I say them. Impetus. I know because of a Dota spell.
Piety.
Oh, that's awesome.
Piety.
I think that's an inside thought. Piety? Oh, is I think the E goes before the T, right?
Piety. A
Like fetal piety? I always thought it's fetal piety.
piety. A noun meaning the quality or state of
Piety.
being pious.
I think it's this. Okay, shoosh. Piety is correct. Thank goodness. Is it really piety? I thought it was piety.
Birth.
Birth?
Birth. A noun meaning sufficient distance for
Oh, birth. Birth. Bir- birth? Is there a D in birth? Shoot. This game is wrong. I mean, hi, what's up? Hi, Oza. How's it going? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. Calling that an inside thought is mean? Nuh-uh, I'm just looking out for you. I'm just trying to keep you from embarrassing yourself. I feel like there's a D in it. I high school. I'm like, no. Well, maybe in a way.
birth.
Bird, birth. I feel like there's a D in it, but I'm not 100.
Birth. A noun meaning sufficient distance for maneuvering a ship. Birth originates from Middle English, likely derived from barren meaning to bear, plus eth, birth.
S.
A noun
I
meaning
guess
sufficient
S
distance.
wouldn't have a D. I don't know why I thought it had a D. I'm eat the watermelon. Yes, yummy. Oh, so that feel you feel like an NPC right now. I'm eat the watermelon. Yes, yummy. Like that's something you hear like in the background of a video game where they just need like background noise and they're not expecting anyone to actually listen to what they're saying. Birth, giving a wide berth. Shit! Good job, good job.
Labyrinthine. A adjective meaning of relating to or
Labyrinthine?
resembling a labyrinth.
I didn't even know that's word. Labyrinth. Oh. Rin? Labyrinth. I or Y? La. Lab. Labyrinth. Like this? I think it's a Y.
Labyrinthine. A adjective meaning of relating
Labyrinthine?
to or resembling a labyrinth. Intricate, involved.
Labyrinth.
Labyrinthine. A adjective meaning of
Labyrinthine. I feel like there's something wrong here. But I don't know. Oh, that's such a good word. My mind is so labyrinthine. Labyrinthine. Yeah, that's a really good word. I feel like it would be hard to sprinkle it into daily conversation, but like I kind of want to. Labyrinthine. Oh, there's a Y and an I. Labyrinth. Wait, you. I think. Oh, you guys both look correct. Lab. Labber. Oh, I guess the Y would be before the R. Ber. B. I don't know how to spell labyrinth. Labber. Ber. Labir. Ins. Okay, so is this how you spell labyrinth? Ber. I guess I'm thinking labyrinth. Like after the R is the Y. Labir.
labyrinthine.
Why is there even a Y in it if the Y isn't making the sound?
Labyrinthine. A adjective meaning of relating to.
In. Hmm. Labyrinthine. Labyrinthine. I don't know if this should be a Y or an I. What is TS website? This is spell check. It's a daily game. I've been in and out, so I'm not sure. How you played Clues by Sam? It's my fave daily game. I never have. I I feel like I've heard of it before. Maybe you told me about it before. Or somebody either somebody told me about it or somebody was playing it on stream and it looked a bit complicated.
Labyrinthine. A adjective meaning
Theme.
of relating to
Theme. Theme. Sign?
labyrinthine.
Uh, I'm trying to think of other words that end in "een." And I'm trying to think of if they end in Y or I. I think usually it's ein. Een, ein. I'm gonna try it with an I. Yo! Okay, okay.
Portrait. A noun meaning picture,
Portrait.
especially a pictorial representation of a person usually showing the face.
Portrait. Okay. Well, portrait is a lot easier than labyrinthine in my personal opinion. There's a tutorial really handy and early in the week is generally easier. Wait, really? It gets like harder as the week goes on?
Caldera.
That's kind of awesome. Caldera, wait, this is a peak reference.
Caldera.
Caldera? Shoot, I should have been paying more attention in peak.
Caldera. A noun meaning a volcanic crater that has a diameter many times that of the vent and is formed by collapse of the central part of a
Oh, I
volcano
didn't even know
or by
that's what a caldera
explosions of
was.
extraordinary violence. Cauldron comes from Spanish, originally from
Caldera.
late Latin word caldaria, caldera. A noun meaning a volcanic crater that has a diameter
Hmm.
many times that of the vent and is formed by collapse. Caldera.
I feel like caldera. Yep, and it's really unique. Oh, I'll have to try it. Did I bookmark it? I did bookmark it. Okay, we'll do that one next. I think only one R. Really? I was thinking since it has like Spanish origins, it would be double R.
Caldera. A noun meaning a volcanic crater that has a diameter many times that of the vent and is formed by
Hmm.
collapse of the central part of a volcano or by explosions of extraordinary violence. Called
Caldera. Uh, I'm trying so hard to think. Caldera. I guess if it comes from cauldron, cauldron only has one R. I really could see it being either one. Oops. I'll try it with one. Let's go! Good job, Tam.
Rubicon. A noun
Rubicon.
meaning abounding or
The F is a real nice. Sorry, I'm doing it too.
Rubicon. A noun
Well,
meaning abounding.
it'll tell you if you keep listening.
Rubicon. A noun meaning a bounding or limiting line, especially one that when crossed
Rubicon.
commits a person irrevocably. Rubicon is from Latin, referring to a river in Italy crossed by Caesar, starting a
Mm,
war.
I drink Rubicon? What?
Rubicon. A noun meaning a bounding or limiting line, especially one that when crossed.
You drink the bound. You drink the limiting line? That's so awesome. Is it cheating if I submit at the same time? Well, the website will never know. um, but
Rubicon.
probably
A
not.
noun meaning
Is this? I think it's just Rubicon. I. Why is it hard then? I feel like that seems so. Like, are there two B's like sneakily? Okay. Okay, labyrinthine was medium, but Rubicon is hard. I guess so. There's a low calorie soda named after it. Oh, I never heard of it.
resinous. A noun meaning
Res.
any of various solid or
Um,
semi-solid amorphous, fusible, flammable,
ness.
natural, organic substances that are
Resonate
usually
is like
transparent
that.
or translucent and yellowish to brown,
Resonance.
are formed especially in plant secretions,
Resonance.
are soluble in organic solvents such as
I think
ether,
usually
but not in water,
chemistry
are
words
electrical
don't
nonconductors,
have a lot of
and are used
flair.
chiefly in varnishes. Resinous.
Resonance. Res. Well, no, that doesn't look quite right. Res. Oh wait, if it's talking about plants. What? Papa, thank you so much for the song. That's so sweet of you. Oh my goodness, everybody's renewing their subs for March. I'm so happy. Thank you. Yeah, resin. Oh, I thought it was like resonate. Resin. Um, resinous. This might be right. Okay, yeah, that does look a bit better. That looks a little better than what I was doing. Bet I'm locking it in. Lock it in. Resinous.
Resinous.
Like porous. Okay, okay. I think this is. Yeah, we're so good. We're so good. Where's Tommy? He doesn't have to do his English test anymore. He just gotta play this one.
Transgressions. A noun meaning an act, process, or
Transgressions.
instance of transgressing, such as transgressions. A noun meaning an act, process,
Are there two S's?
transgressions.
Transgressions.
Transgressions. A noun meaning an act, process, or instance of transgressing, such as
Mhm.
transgressions. A
Such
noun
as?
meaning an act,
Wait,
process, or
why does it
instance of
just.
transgressing, such as
Such as what?
transgressions.
Okay. I don't know why she's cut off like that. Is this real? Easy? Easy enough? Okay. That sounds affirmative. Slay! Okay.
Accompli.
Oh, that doesn't even sound English.
Accompli. A noun
Uh,
meaning a thing
com,
accomplished and presumably irreversible.
accompli.
The term originates from French, meaning a fact
French!
already
I'm cooked.
accomplished or
I'm
done.
cooked. I'm cooked. I don't know French.
Accompli. A noun meaning
Accompli.
a thing accomplished and presumably irreversible. The term
Accompli.
originates from French, meaning a fact
Accompli.
already accomplished or done.
Accom-
Accompli. A
accompli.
noun meaning a thing accomplished and presumably
uh,
irreversible. The term originates from
um,
French, meaning a fact
When is
already
easy?
accomplished or done.
Accompli? I know that
Accompli.
one? What? What? Know that one? I've never heard that word in my life. Accom to accom accompli like that. At least better than what I was doing. Oh my god, we're so good. We're so good. We're so look at this. Look at this test. This is so beautiful. Gonna be whipping out this Healy on our asses. I think it is kind of goofy of them to pull out a French word. Do I look French to you? Don't answer that. Accompli. Labyrinthine. That's a really. I like this word. I like this word a lot. Gonna have to sprinkle that in. Okay, let's try Clues by Sam. Oh, it's in Comic Sans, so that's awesome. Um, hold on. I gotta put more white girl bangers on. Hold on. Okay, we're locked in. They misspelled results. Cheeky devils. Sigh. You're not allowed to cheat in case they need results. To be a word later. Sans Undertale. That's real. Okay, I'm gonna play the tutorial because I do not know what's going on here. It's kind of small, huh? Alice Sleuth, my neighbor Bob is a criminal? Click on him to identify him. Light? Light alt? Sheesh. Tag yourself. I'm a light mode enjoyer. Am I flashbanging you right now? I kind of like light alt. This is a nice shade. Uh, okay, click on him to identify him. Criminal. Is this Sudoku? Alice is the only innocent in my row. Is this a row? Or is this a row? No, columns stand tall, so this is a row. So all of you are criminals. Everyone speaks the truth, even as criminals. Exactly, two innocent neighbors. Gabe is one of them. Oh, I understand. This is kind of like the Pips game that I was playing earlier. Okay, I don't need any more. Get me out of the tutorial. Get me in there. Okay. There are no innocents to the right of Hal. So you're criminals. My mouth is sealed. Deborah has exactly 3 innocent neighbors. Okay. Okay, nice. Come on, Isaac, not even one little clue. Okay, I guess they're just flirting with each other. There's one innocent doctor in column B. Well, I assume that's her. So that means you're not. It's not fun if you don't give any clues. Both criminals above Wanda are connected. Above? Is above like in the column? Or can it be kitty corner? I don't really know what that means. Almost done with work. Yo! Home stretch, home stretch. I'm so proud of you. You can do it. In the column. Okay. Both criminals above Wanda are connected. So Isaac's one of them. So either Deborah or Nick are criminals. Hmm. Oh shoot, I'm stuck. I wish you could, like, you know how in Sudoku you can you can put like, oh, maybe it's this. I wish I could put this. I wish I could do that for this one. Both criminals above one are connected. No innocent sort of how. Deborah has exactly 3 innocent neighbors. Wait, this is all I can do with this information. I'd have to just 50-50 for the criminals above Wanda. Unless I'm misunderstanding. My mouth is sealed. These guys are just yapping about clues. Sometimes you need more than one clue at a time. More than one clue at a time. What does that mean? Do you ever just like click on one and and like do the 50-50 guess in hopes that you get a more helpful clue? I feel like this is a skill-based game. Like I feel like I should be able to get something. Both criminals above Wanda are connected. I guess that's implying that there's only 2. The word both. Not all of them. So I guess that means it couldn't be Sue. Because Sue's not connected to Isaac. You don't have enough information, it won't let you. There's an option for a hint though. Oh, I see. Wait, so it won't let you it won't let you just do random stuff. Wait, I think I just wasn't thinking about it correctly. I think Sue is innocent. Yippee! Each column has at least 3 innocents. Okay. Okay. At least 3. Hmm. Okay. Both criminals above Wanda are connected. The bad has 3 innocent neighbors. There are no innocents to the right of Hal. I'm assuming in the row. I'm assuming not kitty corners. Sorry, I just realized how awkward it looks. A little cropped. Cropped goofy as hell. Scooch over. Thinking. Thinking. This one is easy? Oh man. Maybe I need a hint. Maybe this is a hint moment. Huh? Both criminals above one are connected. Each column has at least 3 innocents. Huh? Wait. What? The hint's more. I feel more lost. Both criminals above Wanda are connected. Each column has at least 3 innocents. Well, so either Deborah or Nick are criminals, but not both. I did kind of understand that. I just don't know which is which. Is one innocent doctor in column B? Show more. What? What? That's not. Oh, wait, it's saying one of these has to be a criminal. So or so one that has to be innocent. Oh, my bad. Row 2 is the only row with exactly 2 innocents. Only row, okay. Kumar is one of 3 innocents above Uma. There's an odd number of criminals in column A. Whoa, there's so much more information. Okay. Row 2 is the only row with exactly 2 innocents. So Deborah or Anna has to be innocent. I guess they both could be. So that's not. Maybe we circle back to that. A Max or a Nick has to be criminal. Okay, there's an odd number of criminals in column A. Could be 1 or 3. But no, Kumar is one of 3 innocents above Uma. And there's an odd. Wait. Oh my goodness. I can feel my brain growing. One of 3 innocents above Uma. And these are 2. So one of you has to be criminal. And one of you has to be innocent. The odd number of criminals has to be 1. Uh, 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 there's an odd number of criminals in column A. There's 1. Okay, so there has to be 1 criminal in column A. And it could be Anna. But then, if row 2 is the only row with exactly 2 innocents, Anna and Deborah could both be criminals, I think. And that would work. And then these 2 would both have to be innocent. Because if Deborah was a criminal, then Nick would have to be innocent. And if Nick was innocent... Well, no. The only one is exactly 3. Or exactly 2, sorry. Oh, wowie. Imagine doing this every single day. I guess you'd get used to it after a while. Mm. Why is not 3 innocents above Uma? There are there's an odd number of criminals in column A. And if there's 3 innocents, okay, if there's only 3 innocents above Uma, and there's an odd number of criminals, then Uma has to be innocent, I think. Because there can only be one criminal. Okay, you're innocent. Okay, that makes sense. It definitely gets easier. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm trusting. There are more innocent cops than innocent judges. Okay. How many judges do we have? 2 innocent judges so far. Well, not so far. There's 2 innocent judges, and there are more innocent cops. So, 1, 2. So Max has to be innocent. There are more innocents in column B than C. That's already true. But I think Vince has to be innocent because one of these has to be innocent. Because both criminals above Wanda are connected. It says both, not all. So there can only be one criminal between these two. And if there's one criminal, there has to be one innocent. So this is 3. So this has to be 4. Uh, there are more innocent cops than innocent judges. It's such an unfortunate thing for a judge to say. Oh, yeah. I didn't think about that. Yikes. Yikes. This whole system is corrupt, huh? Only one person in a corner has exactly 3 innocent neighbors. What could be Anna? Could be Anna or Shia. Pretty much. Anyways, I gotta clock out and go pick up Papa from work. Yo! I hope you had such a good time. I hope your way home is very lovely. Only one person has exactly 3. Oh wait, no. It has to be Anna. It says only one. So that means you can't have 2 innocent neighbors. So that means Tyler is guilty. Mum's the word. You'll get nothing out of me. Girl, that's not helpful. Who even says mum's the word? I don't know what that means. Oh, you can get rid of things that aren't helpful. Okay. Debra has exactly 3 innocent neighbors. Did I do that already? Yeah, you're taken care of. There's one innocent doctor in column B. Okay, got that. Column B, done. Kumai is one of 3 innocents above Uma. Still not sure about that. There's an odd number of criminals in column A. Criminal. Okay, that's either way. More innocent cops and judges. Wait, you can change the color. Wow. Wait, where did the color thing go? That was kind of cool. Let's see, it's the only one with exactly 2 innocents. So Paul has to be a criminal, so that means Anna has to be innocent. Okay. That's really quiet, Paul. Impressive. Not helpful. As quiet as a mouse in Slipper is not helpful. Each column has at least 3 innocents. Oh, Shia is innocent then. Okay. So equal number of innocents in rows 3 and 5. Then you're innocent too. And then Deborah has to be guilty because it's connected to Isaac. Yippee! Wow. Solved in less than 16 minutes. I think the orange means I used a hint. I don't think there's anything that I got wrong per se. I think I just had to use the hint. I think that's what that means. Solved in less than 16 minutes. Oh, I guess you can grade out segments you consider completed. Yeah, I didn't know that. That was really fun. Surely I will get better with time. Surely. Hint yes. Sheesh. Amazing. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna take a little ad break to stretch my legs, and then I'll do, I don't know, a few more days in my game. Probably won't go too much longer. And then go to Costco. Um, please enjoy. Please enjoy the dancing fruits. Okay, we're so back. Just went and did clues by Sam for myself. This is kind of hard, but also fun. Yeah, it is really fun. It's a nice challenge. I don't know. I really like that. I don't know. It feels like Sudoku to me, but mm, maybe a little more enjoyable. I feel more motivated to actually like do it, you know? Cause like little guys. I see what another return of the Obreton? Obreton. Never even heard of that. Oh, today's our kid's son. Time to go home. I don't even remember what I was doing in here. I'm going home. I'm gonna look at Ray. Oh my god, Ray mentioned. Sheesh. How old do you think Ray is? If you told me he was in his 20s, I'd believe you. But also, if you told me he was in his 40s, I would believe you. I don't know. The high tops make me think he's a little younger, maybe. I don't know. What age is high tops? I feel like I only see high tops being worn by like older people or like high schoolers. You lost some money while gambling. Darn it. Please I Sam and Myrtle are the two daily games I look forward to the most. Myrtle's a daily game? Oh, I have a board game of Myrtle, but I did not know it was a daily game. Yo, that's kind of cool. He won't say it, but he missed us. I think he's like 33. Oh, I wish I could zoom in on him. Oh my god. His voice is quite deep, but like kind of strange. Okay, I can get behind the 33 propaganda. Bubble tea! Today, spending foam peanut, duct tape, and bubble wrap are free. I love bubble tea. Okay. Wait, where's my work? There. Oh, here's work. Yippee! Return of the Obra is a Steam game. Collaborate an abandoned ship and use a magic pocket watch to look into the past. You have to identify the names, positions, and fates of the crew and passengers. Oh, another Clue-esque game. That sounds nice. Bubble tea. Okay. I mean, I just played this a few hours ago, and I already feel like I forgot what's going on. I made a daily game. It gets harder through the week. Yo! I gotta get my daily game numbers up. That sounds so lovely. Ba-ding! Feels like he's lived a whole lifetime. His brain... In his brain, he's an old man. Hmm. I guess being robbed of your childhood will do that to you, huh? I hope he like has official lore and we're just like we're just making like crazy headcanons for him, but he's just like a normal dude. He's like the most regular guy ever. He's not even committing crimes. I've seen this, it looks really cool. I might play it. Man, I never heard of it. Okay, gloves, blue jacket, winter coat, and prayer beads. Will that fit in a large box? I think it will. Get some blue peanuts for the blue jacket. Gloves. Prayer beads. No labels for this one. Oh my god. Don't look at how not straight my tape is. Ah! Oh. Wait. What's wrong here? Gloves? Oh, I forgot a tie. Oops. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. That's not important. Oh, okay. It's fine. Everything's fine. I highly recommend it. I had to cheat once at the very end when the elimination reasoning got too tough. I feel like I could have gotten it if I stuck with it longer. How do you cheat? Do you like look up the answer? Are there like set specific scenarios? Hard hat, mug, wrap that up. Bow tie, folding knife. That'll fit in a medium. I think. Can be pink. Oh, get in there. Okay. Oh my goodness, my tape is not straight at all for today. Breakable. Okay, ready to go. Oh, it's a new day. Let's do green for today. Well, maybe I like the yellow. It kind of comes across as like a oatmealish color. Apron and crystal ball. Come back. I like those buttons too. Okay. Not important. Lock in. Wrapped. My goodness. Decorative vase. Oh yeah. Yoga mat. Wait, that looks like my yoga mat. I guess mine is like green. Or like more of a teal. But it does stay wrapped up like that. Apron, crystal ball. I'm never gonna use a small box saw. It's just just waiting for a good opportunity. No, do you not fit? You should fit. Okay, whatever. Just some random boxes over here. Crystal ball. It's a nice order. It's fragile. Here's your address. Pajamas, compass, sweater, and yoga mat. Does that fit in a medium? It only fits if it's exactly centered. I don't even think the yoga mat fits in there even a little bit. Okay, it's fine. Blue. Sweater. Compass. Jimmies. Yoga mat. Got it. Got it. Looking good. Nothing fragile. Okay. Random stuff for the boyfriend. You're gonna make a deal that's tribute. Oh, you had to buy the brands. Oh. Pressmaster. Yeah, we can ship some books. Shoot, I need to I need to draw some money. I want more brands. I want more brands. Okay. Surely these all fit. Hero boom! Oh my goodness! Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the boom. This is pretty awesome. How's work going? Expenses. Oh, that's because I bought the brand deal. It's like, no way I made so many mistakes that it cost me thousands of dollars. It'd be crazy. Okay, let's gamble. Okay, yes! We do need some fragile stickers, so that's pretty swag. Wow. $12 for a crystal ball. Kind of a steal if you ask me. Let's draw like half-ish. Okay. Need those brand deals. Eating prawn sushi and chai sui pork. Having all these throwback tracks. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? Yeah, pretty cool, huh? Bangers only for today. Mmm. Prawn sushi and pork. That sounds pretty awesome. Is it yummy? What's like the best food you've had at a work situation? It's very yummy. Let's go. Oh, first wrong order has no penalty. Slay. Oh, come back in the morning. Okay. Oh God, you always have such interesting things. Beef stroganoff. Really? Oh, that's like a pasta dish, right? Okay, what are we feeling today? I think we're feeling purple today. Whoa. Boxes are zooming. Okay, what do we got? Dirty shirt. Broken vase. My goodness. Uh, oh, yeah. They cook it so good. Sounds kind of awesome. Newspaper. Getting a newspaper in a box is kind of something I've never heard of before. Oh, this skirt is so cute. I like pink. I like pink skirts. It is so messy. A random assortment. Okay. Exotic wine bottle and shirt. That fit here? No. But surely it fits in here. What? Come on, I know you fit in there. Not the blue one. Come on, I know you fit in there. It's so over. Okay. Large it is, I guess. Okay, oh, we did not bubble wrap that. Okay, fragile and it needs to be dry. Oh, yeah. The meat is tender and the sauce is saucing. Yeah! Ugh, I love to hear it. You love to hear it. Bonsai tree, 2 newspapers, overalls, and a skirt. Would that fit in here? No, the overalls are quite large. Okay. Okay. Large. Purple. Now that you came back after your, let's say, 2 weeks of vacation, Ray seems really angry. He won't talk to you. It's only because he thought you just left without saying goodbye. And he's mad at himself for getting sad about it. It's okay, he'll get over it. No, he's brooding. Oh my goodness. Oh, hey, that's so sad. I feel like it's so sad whenever people are like, ugh. I'm upset with myself for getting upset about it. I shouldn't have let it affect me so much. Like, no, you're allowed to feel that way. You just gotta communicate your feelings. I'm sure it's reciprocated. I eat that up. I eat that up. Oh my god. Speaking of eating up. Yo! Come on, I know you fit. I see that you fit. Get in there. Okay, what about on this corner? Okay, perf. 2 newspapers, bonsai, overall skirt. Okay, okay. With the straps. Oh, that is not straight. But it's okay. It doesn't matter. Shawty got low, low, low. Boots with the fur. Real. Going crazy sicko mode for today. Socks, bottle, compass, shirt, shorts. Use it do fit. Man, what are the point? What is the point of these smaller boxes? They don't fit nothing. Is this the fit for today? Kind of an awesome, kind of an awesome fit if I do say so myself. Ugh, getting so much money. With the straps. Oh my goodness. He's like, damn, I was so dumb for thinking she would say goodbye to me. I'm just a guy she sells stuff to. But uh, why are you eating this up so hard? Like why your vision is so good. I'm shaking. Oh yeah. Shake it, shake it. Oh, there's something so cutesy about a yellow raincoat. I've never actually seen a yellow one, like in real life. It seems so quintessential, so cutesy. Ugh, get in there. Phew. Damn! Damn, what is that? I don't know about that one. Yellow hard hat pajamas? Okay, that's gotta fit. No, you gotta fit. You gotta fit. I know you fit. Please, you're glowing as if you do fit. Why are you being like that? Ugh, please, please, please. I have nothing to do with this box. Ugh. Sad. Sad day. I'm so good at this. You'd think I know the guys like this in real life. I don't, unfortunately. Really? I thought for sure you were drawing off of like past experiences. Is it just like you've seen so many movies? Like you know what the people want? Magnifying glass binoculars. Surely that fits in this little tiny one. Wait, do the binoculars even fit? Please. Please. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh wait, we need a gift receipt as well. Maybe that won't fit. Okay, whatever. At least we can use this one. Purp. Purple photo today. Fragile. Bing. Wait, -5. Oh, I guess I ran out of address stickers or something. Well, I got an achievement for it, so that's something. Oh my god, banger after banger. You're stuck, you're stuck. Finest purchase. I don't know what that's like supposed to be mimicking. I'd rather have jewelry though. Maybe I can save for jewelry. Brochure? What are the bracelets times 2? Raincoat, shirt, suit. Ugh. I hope I'm not paying extra for having to buy stuff while at work. Suit. Oh, this might be an extra large situation. Whoopsie. Raincoat, suit, and shirt, and Lord of the Rings, and brochure. Okay. What brings a sleigh music mood today? um, good question. It was, what was the first song? Someone mentioned some song at the beginning of stream. What was it? I don't know. I feel like Apex or somebody mentioned a song and I was like, I gotta hear that. And I listened to it and it just started auto playing bangers and I was like, yeah, this is our Monday mood for today. It's kind of freaking awesome. You know how it is. Oh, I did not shred that. Surely it's fine. We played Criminal by Britney because of Ray. Oh, yeah, that's it. Mama, I'm in love with a criminal for real, for real. Okay. That didn't look like physics. Wait, go back to how it was. That was kind of poggers. Ugh, man. Whatever. Gotta pay extra for a truck anyway. Get this out of here. Hey, cut. Thank goodness. Ray, whoever, wherever you are, thank you. Oh my god. It's him. It's him. We were not expecting there to be a baddie in this game. And there was a baddie. And then Aphex just really really gave some good headcanons. So yeah, we're Ray lovers in this household now. $50 for me? Sure. Amazing. Okay. If I just withdraw like all of my money. Well, maybe I don't need like all of it, Okay, so I should be able to afford other stuff for tomorrow. Oh my god, some dollars. Where's the shady guy we sell stolen wares to in the alley in this game? We're all so in love with him. That's so real. $74 haircut appointment. Oh my goodness. I don't know. I feel like dyeing your hair makes sense. But if it's just a cut, $74? Is that normal? I don't know. I low-key just cut my own hair. I feel like that's a lot of dollars. I guess with the tip, maybe. Bubble tea, let's go. Okay, get me back in there. Get me back in the grind. Oh, that's from yesterday. So, whoa, buddy. Bubble tea on the corkboard. Whoa. Calendar can be up here. I don't... Oh, it can't be up there? I don't know why it has to be on my desk. Well, a blue desk photo today. Overalls, hoodie, salt, oops, bonsai, knife, keys, decorative vase. Pretty nice little haul. Bottle, map, salt, and a bow tie. How cutesy. Okay, 2 salt shakers. We'll wrap those up. Oh my goodness. I did not even go to the store to get more address stickers. Or boxes. Oh, it's a little cooked. In a vase. Would that fit in a small? I feel like that might fit in this one. Surely. No, maybe not. Base. Tree. Salt shakers. Who needs 2 salt shakers? I guess you could use one for pepper. But don't pepper shakers look different? Here. Meow. Oh. Heavy stickers missing. Oh my god. Oops. Forgot that bonsais are heavy. Hoodie, bottle, bow tie keys, knife, map. Okay. Oh wait. Map, bow tie, knife, keys. Hoodie, bottle, map, bow tie, keys, knife. Okay. What if some of Ray's criminal friends make a plan to rob your store? And he finds out about it and gets really mad at them. But then when they ask him why he can't, really say. He just tells them they better not do it. And they say they won't, but he still stands guard for a few nights. Ah! I'm doing an evil giggle. Oh my goodness, as you should be. As you should be. Oh, you're cooking. Apex, have you ever wrote fanfiction? I really feel like you'd be good at it. My goodness, so many knives today. Wait, 600? I thought I took out like 2,000. What the? Where'd my money go? It's my money, Lebowski. Oh my god, another knife. Ray's gonna order 3 folding knives and a leather jacket. I can smell it. Gloves, what are the bracelets? Okay, that's gotta fit in this one. Maybe not. There must be something that you can purchase where like there's only one item that goes in a box. Cause what is the point of these small little boxes? Seems like a load of baloney. Ugh. I've started a few, but I haven't finished or posted them. And none of them are romance? Then where is this aura coming from? Grr. Okay. Cha-ching. Jacket, gloves, map, pair of beads, folding knife. Okay. That might be a large stitch. Jacket. Map. Gloves. Beads. Knife. Maybe that could have been a large, but it's okay. Cha-ching! I do not know, and I would very much like to know. Guess all this love has to go somewhere while I'm single. You know, that kind of makes sense. A yearner. Bracelet. All this. That can fit in here. Well, maybe. Folding knife, lid of the bracelets. Bottle. 2 hats. Yoga mat. Oh, yeah. Boing, boing. Not a lot of fragile stuff. Okay. I hope these overalls sell for a lot. We're low-key not. We're low-key not making a lot of money for today. Wham, wham, wham. Lurk, work, like epic sigh. Oh. Aw, hell nah. It's just no more work o'clock. Oh my goodness, the the duality. Someone's going back to work. Someone's getting off work. Truly the circle of life. Uh oh. Sigh. What awkward timing. Well, maybe a little bit. How was work? How was work? I hope it was so awesome. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Give me that. Give me that achievement money. Sheesh. Okay, now, like, genuinely, where did my money go? Oh, was I depositing? I thought I was withdrawing. Okay. Okay. Gonna... I need to buy more materials. And then I want to buy a Gucci brand deal. I think that'd be awesome. Okay, some peanuts. Some duct tape. Where else are we going? Went by fast? I'm so glad to hear that. Oh, yeah. And I hope the drive home goes fast, and then you can do whatever you need to do, and then just have a nice, relaxing evening. Okay. One box being $15 is crazy work. Ugh. Rough out here. Okay. Our stocks are looking good. My evil giggle is getting louder. What is happening over there? You cooking up another headcanon? Oh, it's time to go home. I guess I should have done that in the morning, huh? I had an energy crash in the middle of the day, but then allergies got real bad and shocked me back awake. That sounds horrible. Like a poor thing. Your nose felt like it was gonna explode for half the day, but it didn't. Well, I'm really glad that it didn't. That sounds like a little uncomfy. Oh man. Water bottle. Boo. I'm glad your nose is good and intact. Ugh. I want Gucci. Sorry, Chugi. Get me in there. Okay. Mick, do you still take medicine like every day for allergies, or is it just like when it gets bad? Okay, clean someone's gross jammies. Customer's notes. Let's see what our customer had to say to us. Finals are just in the corner. Just one more box before I study. Aw, that seems responsible. That's nice. Uh, oh, she's a little stubby, but it's okay. We're fixing her. How is shipping game? It's pretty good. We took a fatty break to play daily games for a bit. We play a lot of daily games. But the shipping game, it's really nice. I would say it's less of like a relaxing cozy game. I mean it like definitely is. It's not stressful, but it's a lot more in depth than I thought it would be, which I kind of appreciate. You know, it's kind of got like a Papa's Freezeria vibe. It's kind of awesome. Okay, that box is not big enough. It's a large situation. But yeah, it's really cute. I'm really vibing with it. Okay, I guess we give the customer's note back to them. I don't really know if we're supposed to, but I don't have any use for it. Is Papa's in depth? I don't think so. Like the only in-depth part of Papa's is I guess you can like decorate outside of like making the food. But in this one, You have to like manage your resources and make sure you have like enough stuff. And I don't know, you get a lot of upgrades and such. It feels a bit more open ended. I don't know. It's really nice. Yellow hard hat. The girl with the very nice tattoo. What is that playing off of? Magazine, wine bottle, and jammies. Wow. There's some girly out there having a really nice evening. I don't know what the hard hat is for, but some wine and some books and some jammies. It's kind of an awesome vibe. Care package, thank you, Carrots. That's so sweet of you. Put these things in here. Okay. Gotta remember it's fragile and wet. Fragile, wet. Oh yeah. Cute. Girl with the dragon tattoo? Oh. I don't I don't think I've heard of that one. Banger title though. Ugh. What if one day Ray is walking kind of weird and when you ask, he says he's hurt his leg? He swears it's not crime stuff, just job stuff. But you don't believe him. You insist on going to his house and making him soup and maybe cleaning a bit and watching TV with him. It's just very nice and he doesn't really want his leg to get better. Oh, that's so sweet. I don't know. I feel like there's a difference between like if somebody's sick and you deliver them soup, I think that's like very sweet but kind of like normal. But if you're going to their house and making them soup in their own kitchen, like that feels really intimate. That feels incredibly intimate. I think I think you got to smooch after that. Stuck at the train track today. JK, that's the train. Yo! Man, I can't believe you're can't believe you're making fun of trains for being short now. When will it end? Collectible figure. Oh my god. I love stealing from work. Cute. Holy book. It's got like a gem on it. That's cool. Okay, bottle, postcard, new jacket, and yoga mat. Okay, I think that's unfortunately a large situation. No, don't wiggle. Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't change my mat today. Let's do green. Plastic bottle. I don't think any of that's fragile. Wait, what? I messed up. What? Jacket, postcard, bottle, yoga mat. Oh, I forgot your history book. Sorry. Oops. Wait, get in there. No, get in there. Okay. That didn't happen. Don't look at that. Go. Wait, can I afford Gucci? Yo! Give me that. Sorry, I've never seen a boss size train. Yo. That's messed up. How dare you? Bow tie apron, holy book, and a souvenir mug. Oh, man. I hate having the boxes over here. I feel like you can learn a lot about people from what they are ordering online. Okay. -8. Oh, the fragile sticker was missing. Whoops. Whoops. It's okay. It's okay. We still get to steal, so that'll make up for it. Oh, yeah. Aha. I mean, I wish he sounded a little bit handsomer. I really cannot unhear Plants vs. Zombies. Unfortunately. Yippee! Okay. I think this was... Oh, get my $12. I think this is pretty successful. Wait, what day is this? Day 17, my favorite number. I think that's a sign. I think that's a sign to go to Costco. Oh, I do not know how to exit this game. Okay. Just force close it on Steam. Okay. Thank you all very, very much for hanging out with me today. I like the game. And I like the daily games too. Nice, nice cozy vibes. Cozy vibes with bangers playing. I think that's awesome. But yeah, I hope you have a great rest of your day and that whatever you're doing is a whole lot of fun. I'm gonna go to Costco and I'm gonna be live again tomorrow to play Omori. I hope to see you there. Goodbye, everyone. Hold on, let me find someone. Oh my goodness, Splingus is live. Let's raid Splingus. Yummy, yummy, yummy. But yeah, I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys so much. I really do. I hope you have a good day and drink enough water and eat enough protein and get enough sleep. The very sweet Tam has posted the raid messages if you would like to use one of those. But yeah, say hi to Spinkus for me. I'm gonna go buy 1 billion baby carrots at the Costco. Bye everyone. Goodbye.